Can I just say something about Andrea?
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's been a minute. We had a little bit of a break from Alice, and so we're all kind of shifting gears now, getting back to the trial that was supposed to be done a month ago. They spent 9 days already in trial on a dissolution that really should never have gone to trial at all. And yet here we are back a month later for a little bit more. And I got to tell you, I did have high hopes. I had very high expectations because of how this whole situation left off. Just to kind of give a really brief recap of where we are, what's at issue in this trial is spousal support, maintenance, and the division of assets. We have already dealt with, Ioan had requested the extension of his domestic violence restraining order against Alice. That was granted, so that part of the trial has been concluded. But we have now moved on to dealing with the finances. And the finances are where things started to get interesting because we heard from Alice's own forensic accountant about a bunch of money that she had at the time of entering into the prenup with Ioan that she didn't bother to disclose. Now, I'm sure there's, excuses for that. This is kind of what we've all been waiting for, but it very much caught the judge's attention. Certainly catches the lawyer's attention because when you don't disclose assets that you possess before you sign a prenup, that prenup is probably unenforceable. If there's any reason why Ioan wanted to throw it out, he probably would be able to based on that. But it's not clear that he does. That even with that being in place, it's probably still preferable for him from kind of a, if not a calculation standpoint, at least like a certainty standpoint, because the problem is if they don't use the prenup, then spousal maintenance is awarded based on just a whole bunch of factors in California. It's very discretionary with the judge. And so that means it's very unpredictable. You really don't know what you're going to get, how much it's going to be, how long it's going to be, what the judge is going to find persuasive as a reason for granting maintenance or not. So it was nevertheless rather exciting because it speaks to some bad faith, some rather bad faith, very, very early on in this relationship before they had even technically tied the knot. There are things being hidden and undisclosed. And so coming back today, we knew that today is Alice's day. The whole reason we're coming back for more trial is because they essentially weren't able to get through her. Whether there's going to be any rebuttal after she finishes testifying, we don't know yet because, spoiler alert, she's still not done. She spent the whole day on the stand today. They're still not done. Going to continue to need to go tomorrow. So, a lot of ground, guys, a lot of ground to cover. For those of you familiar with Heidi Elkington's fantastic art, guys, yeah, she came here with me. She's down here in LA working on her masterpieces as we speak. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for her to share them because you guys, these things are freaking amazing. And it'll just help a little bit more kind of set the stage for what it's like to be in this courtroom, who these parties are, how things are configured, like how you just kind of take in the scene of attending this court. But so day 10 started much like any other day as far as the arrivals, the standing and announcing, the appearances for the record, and so forth. We have, of course, the fashion update, the style update. Today, Alice was not bringing her real highest energy self. She was a little tight in the face today. A little apprehensive, perhaps, coming in the morning. So when we first arrived, we go over to the bathroom on the 7th floor, and I come like I just go in, kind of wash my hands and come out. And as I'm coming out, the door is right by the top of the escalator. And so Alice was just getting off the escalator as I was coming past. So we just like passed right by each other. And of course she saw me and like rapidly pretended that she didn't. But then she also, went into the restroom, and so she passed Heidi in there as well. So Heidi got to get her first up close and personal little glimpse of who she's going to be drawing. And so, like, yeah, from the very outset, Alice is coming off as just, a little tight, a little wound up. Not real interesting, I guess, on the style side. There wasn't anything like super dramatic. It was black. I gotta kind of clarify this. I gotta qualify this with when things started. It was not very interesting. It was a black jacket, well, same old. The crop black jacket, little epaulettes. It's kind of it looks like a faded denim. I don't think it was denim, but that's just kind of the look of the material that it had. Black skirt. It's got this brown pattern on it that I called flying seagulls. I think they might actually be swallows. Like I got a little bit of a closer look, but they're just like these flying bird silhouette kind of patterns. And the same black ankle boot she always wears. Ioan, likewise, he's in his navy blue with the periwinkle. This is like tried and true. I've seen him in this combo many times now. It always works. He's got a nice fresh fade, nice haircut. So before court even comes into session, the reason why the style update starts to get a little bit interesting is before things even get started, Alice starts changing her clothes. And this becomes a repeated theme throughout the course of the day, including while Alice is actually sitting on the stand. She's like doing costume changes on the stand. But before the judge even gets in, she's taking out, so first thing she does, she takes off this black jacket and then instead brings from somewhere, I guess maybe she's got it stuffed in a bag or something. I can't even tell like where she's keeping these little additions and whatever. But she has this pink, like salmon, another salmon colored, like salmon pink, little like cover up sweater, little button up, little cardi sweater. And so she puts that on. And she's got a very, like, she's tugging at her clothes when she does the announcing the presence. She's a very like stiff, very like tight nod. She looks wound up as hell and super fidgety. So we start off with the judge clarifying first off, where are we at? The plaintiff is rested except for his 776, which is his direct examination of Alice, the opposing party, and also his, cross-examination of her for her direct examination, as well as any rebuttal. So he hasn't like really rested, but that's kind of the status of where things are. We've essentially moved on to the defense's response, and they are going to just kind of combine Alice's testimony for both sides in this one sitting. So she is sworn. Alice is sworn, and I have to get my notes in like a little bit better order here. She's sworn on the stand. She's already done the cardi and the fiddling. Now she pulls out the comfort scarf. So the comfort scarf comes out. It comes on after she is sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. She feels the need to cover her throat. So we start with the prenup. This is Janina asking her questions on direct examination. So they start with the prenup, and she agrees that she signed the prenup in 2007, but unfortunately, she just didn't read the whole thing before she signed it. She just didn't read it. They had 2 to 3 meetings, she says, discussing everything with their respective lawyers. And the document itself was prepared on the 3rd or the 4th meeting, and she just assumed that it contained everything that they had discussed in those meetings. Just unfortunately, she just hadn't read it. Okay, guys, this is like the lamest excuse on the planet. I don't know why you even start with this, because the judge has heard this a million fucking times. A million fucking times. Like, anytime somebody doesn't want to follow an agreement that they signed, the excuse, I didn't read it. I didn't know that it said that. Well, it's your fucking job to read it if you're going to sign it. And there's like no way that your attorney didn't tell you, read this thing before you sign it. So we're really not starting off on a real hot issue, a real rocket ship to a big win for Alice. She just didn't read the prenup, guys, and that's where the problem really lies. So she had one meeting with her lawyer, Mickey Katz, two meetings with Katz and then Ioan and Ioan's lawyer, Forrest Mostyn. She's asked about conversations that she had with Ioan about the terms of the prenup. So Joe objects to this, that there's been a stipulation that the prenup is valid. And the judge wants to know, the judge is like, so this is a relevance objection. So Janina, do you have an offer of proof? And Janina says, well, there are ambiguities, as we've talked about in the premarital agreement. And the judge says, okay, well then, so just go to that part. So now Alice removes the cardie and reveals to the whole courtroom the manky tank. The manky tank. She sits there in the manky tank, once again with her scarf. Asked about her understanding of the intention regarding the La Jolla property that she and Ioan lived in. There was an objection to this on relevance, but that was overruled. And Alice said that she understood the La Jolla property was going to be community property. She did not intend that Ioan was going to get interest on his investment because he bought the property before marriage. He paid the down payment. He paid the, initial mortgage payments and so forth. They didn't buy the house together, after they were married. So he made an investment in the home, but she didn't intend that there would be interest on it. She understood that in the event of dissolution, it would be community property, and that was based on everything that was discussed in the meetings. And that was her understanding because Ioan maintained that he always wanted to make sure she and the children had somewhere to go. She and the children. Still doing that whole enmeshing thing. She said they had no conversations about him earning interest on his investment in the property, and that right at the beginning of trial, might even have been after the trial started, that she first learned that Mr. Green, Patrick Green, his Ioan's forensic accountant, intended to charge interest on the investment. She learned that the attorneys had met and conferred about this. So we pause now so the judge can have a long colloquy with Alice about opening the door to attorney-client privilege stuff. There's objections to this question and these answers based on it being hearsay, and because Alice is trying to say like, oh well, my lawyer told me that this is what they talked about, and you might kind of open the door a little bit wider than you intended if you do that. So there's just like a long colloquy, and Alice is trying to say, well, but how do I impart what I discovered, without doing this? And the judge basically tells her, if you learned it from your lawyer, then you should move on. And that was like directed to Janina as well. You guys should really move on. Don't be asking her a bunch of questions about stuff that she only learned from the lawyer, because you're going to open a door by waiving attorney-client privilege. And I don't think you really want to do that. So she says before trial, she understood that the payment to Ioan of his investment would be without interest, as it is in the prenup, she says. And there's no other documents that she relies on for that position. As far as the residuals, she understood that She understands that Ioan thinks they should be excluded, but according to her, the intent at the time was that they would be treated as part of spousal support. They both received residuals for work before the marriage at the time that they entered into the prenup. So far, this testimony from my perspective is really pointless. It's pointless. And I honestly I'm not even sure like why we're doing it. And I'll tell you why. Like there's a couple of reasons. So first off, I'm going to share with you, let me get it up here. I got a whole bunch of tabs open, so let's fingers crossed I can find the right one on the right try. No, I don't know that I can. Oh yes, here it is. Oh wait, no, shit. Okay, here it is. I found it. But, okay, yeah, you guys can see that. Now I got to see where we are going. This is the prenup that I'm going to be sharing with you. And there's a clause in this prenup down here, paragraph 24, entire agreement. Oops. Get it back. Entire agreement. This agreement contains the entire understanding and agreement of the parties, and there have been no promises, representations, warranties, or undertakings by either party to the other, either oral or written, of any character or nature except as set forth herein. This is what they call a merger clause in contract writing. And what it is it's a document that is basically saying, whatever you might have said beforehand doesn't matter, because this writing right here is embodying the full final understanding of what you guys have agreed to. The whole point of the contract is to try to reach a meeting of the minds, and I can't see what's in your mind, you can't see what's in my mind, but we can both see these words on a page. And so that's like the big reason why you do the contracting in the first place. It's just so we're on the same page about what we have in mind, and we have that based on these words. So Alice's intent for like what the prenup was supposed to do doesn't matter at all if the prenup is valid, which they've all stipulated that it is. But what the prenup says is the only thing that matters. And in terms of, is there an ambiguity in the prenup language? That is for the judge to decide. Her opinions about it don't matter at all. It's not even really something you testify about. It's a legal issue. It's for the judge to interpret. So I'm a little bit baffled about why we're going down this road. Seems like we must not have a whole lot to talk about if this is where we're going and this is where we're starting off. But it's ultimately going to come down to the judge reading the contract, deciding for himself, is this ambiguous? What about it is? And if it is, there are rules that judges apply for how you interpret language. You start off by reading the dictionary. Here's the ordinary meaning of the words. Are they being used incorrectly? They are interpreted in the context of the document as a whole. They're interpreted in a way that attempts to harmonize the document and not create conflicts that don't exist. Just all of these like different principles of how you interpret a contract. So that's what's going to matter. If there is any ambiguity in this premarital agreement, which in my opinion is quite minimal, if at all. So like Alice's opinion about it could not be like less important. I don't know why we went down this road to get a little, I didn't read it. Bullshit explanation that the judge he's heard that a million freaking times. So she's asked to turn to Exhibit 2, which is the prenup in the notebook. So the exhibits have all been presented in these different binders. There's 4 binders, I think, of the plaintiffs, 2 binders, I think, of the defendants, the respondents. and they just go back and forth between these binders when they need to talk about an exhibit. Alice is like acting like this is the first time she's ever handled a binder, and she doesn't know how to find the tab. The judge has to like show her, you know, how to find it. Here's what your exhibit 2. Here's the numbers. See the numbers on the tab over here, Alice. So we're starting off very early on with a real weaponized helplessness. And I actually kind of like that she did this, because I feel like this is going to give the judge a real flavor for what this poor man sitting at the petitioner's table had to deal with for decades with this woman. And like as the day went on and watching this metastasize, I just felt so bad for him. Like I could just feel my soul shrinking inside at like what it would be like to live with somebody who can't operate a fucking binder, you know, like needs to be handheld through finding a tab on a binder. It was just quite excruciating. So she ultimately finds the right tab. She's directed to language in the prenup that concerns the calculation of spousal support. It refers to income on separate property or passive income of any kind being excluded from the calculation. Alice understood that to mean just dividends or investment income. You rented out your house or something like that. Income that you get without doing a job. And the residual she thinks isn't passive because you can't get those without being on set and without being on the job. The non-actors don't get them. And she still receives residuals today and says she gets a W-2 for residuals. This catches my attention because a W-2 is, of course, a tax form. It goes to you, the taxpayer. It goes to the IRS. It goes to the state of California, where they have income tax down here as well. And so W-2s are for employee income. Employee income. I would be surprised if this is true. I really would, because actors are generally not hired as employees of the production. They are independent contractors. They, like, very typically, like in Ioan's situation, they work through a loan-out corporation. They have their own company that contracts with the producer. The producer pays the loan-out company. The loan-out company, you know, does whatever they do as far as expensing out things and paying income to the actor. But I would be very, very surprised if residuals are really W-2 wage and salary employee type of income. No evidence, you know, produced to substantiate that. But it just caught my attention, and so when I take notes, just to like share with you guys a little kind of behind the scenes thing of how I operate. Kind of operate in the courtroom for something like this, much like I would do in trial, take many, many copious notes of the person's testimony. And when something catches my attention, I put a little star in the column next to it. When it's like, oh, we're going to need to follow up on this. And that's how I just basically set up my rebuttal when I'm doing a trial. I you know, it's part of it. I've already got independent things that I want to go in and address. But things that come up during the testimony, make a little star by those. We're going to revisit that when I get you on cross. So I have a little star by that one because, of course, I don't know what has been produced in discovery. I don't have the whole volume of discovery, but it does seem, based on Alice's own declarations, that she hasn't filed any taxes for a number of years. I'm just curious. I'm just curious about the substantiation of any of this. I really am. So they're going to be in a better position to know than I am if like this is legit. It's just very surprising to me. I'm skeptical. The judge says, before you get the W-2, judge has questions. He wants to know, before you get the W-2, how do you receive the funds? And Alice explains, well, they come in kind of willy-nilly. You get a check through the mail throughout the year, and the timing of it just depends on like the distribution of the project. And so they get a listing of where, what was shown, where it was shown, was it sold, was it aired? And the judge wants to know about direct deposit. She says in the US, they don't do direct deposit. There's different union rules in the UK and in Europe. And so a few of those ones do, they will pay direct deposit. But in the US, she doesn't know where Ioan's checks go specifically, but that is how actors are paid residuals in that fashion in the US. So they get checks in the mail as projects are aired, sold, distributed, etc. We confirm Alice has no loan-out corporation, but Ioan does. And as far as the residual income, her understanding is that they go wherever the income is also, allocated to go in the contract. And so in the case of a loan-out company, she believes that to be the loan-out company, which makes sense to me. We now move on to the disclosure of assets and liabilities in the prenup. Yeah, we all knew where this was going. Well, she didn't prepare that. She didn't prepare that exhibit that lists all of her assets that left out, what was it, 25,000 pounds or so in investment property that she had in this C-HOR account in the UK. She didn't prepare that. Wayne Mejia did. Wayne Mejia is the former business manager. He worked for Ioan for a number of years, started working for Alice as well in about a couple of years before the prenup. He was in charge of the finances, the bills. The prenup was his idea. It was Wayne's idea. And he was involved in the process of developing it. Janina asks, does Exhibit B contain all of your assets? And Joe objects to this. This was a problem last time. And we have not improved it. Joe objects on the grounds that issue preclusion is what he says, and failure to disclose. The judge says, please explain. So Joe says, we've gone through multiple opportunities for her to disclose her assets, to provide discovery, do the depositions. She's never disclosed this account. If she's going to testify about her failure to disclose, that's sandbagging. Well, the judge says, look, if the witness stated either one, Exhibit B discloses more than what I had, or two, Exhibit B didn't disclose everything, doesn't that work to your benefit as a breach of fiduciary duty? Yes, Joe, this works to your benefit. Why are we still objecting to it? This is beneficial stuff. When your your opponent is talking about what they didn't disclose in the prenup. Joe says, well, I think we're going down this rabbit hole. And the judge says, okay, I agree. Janina, we've stipulated to the validity of the prenup. And so why are we going down this? And Janina says, well, there's the argument that there wasn't a fair and reasonable disclosure. And the judge says that goes to validity. Validity has been stipulated to. It is not on trial. Nobody is trying the validity of the prenup. And Janina says the C-HOR's account has been disclosed throughout the proceeding. There's a dispute about the amount of funds that was available at the time of the premarital agreement. She says, we provided Exhibit 213, which are statements from the C-HOR account going back to 2007. And there are disputes concerning deposits that were put in during the marriage. And this is kind of the heart of the issue. Undisclosed asset, she deposits makes large deposits into it during the marriage. Those deposits are not accounted for. Hence the argument that this account has been commingled and is therefore community property. The judge says, if she says this number should be higher, isn't that setting her up for a breach of a fiduciary obligation? And Janina says those fiduciary duties don't attach to parties to a premarital agreement. They're not married yet, so they don't have the fiduciary obligations that spouses have to each other once they're married. And those we've talked about before. It's a duty of loyalty and a duty of honesty and good faith. You have to be willing to account. You have to be transparent. You have to be honest. But according to Janina, you don't have to do any of that. You don't have to do any of that until you're actually married. Doesn't apply to parties to a premarital agreement. One thing I would point out too, I said before, like maybe I should do a breakdown of the premarital agreement, and I think I would like to do like a read through because there's some stuff in it that it just like hits a little bit different. Kind of rereading it now, I read it, first years ago. This thing has been filed in court over and over and over again. It's like an exhibit to every filing. So I've read it before, but it's been quite a while. And I sat down and read the whole thing when I got back after the last court session. Took a bunch of notes on it and stuff. And it really, like, after everything has happened and all the accusations have been made and so forth, the prenup really hits a little bit different. So maybe I will go through and do a bit of a read through. But what got me on this tangent was that there's also a provision in it that has a waiver of the fiduciary duty that spouses owe to each other. So that I found to be quite interesting. So anyway, Janina answered, well, it doesn't attach. There's no fiduciary obligation if they are just parties to a premarital agreement. So the judge says, so why are we doing this? And Janina says, because the characterization of the funds is the issue. And the judge wants to clarify, is separate and community property agreed? And she says, no, judge. We had a lot of testimony about different reconciliations, and accountants came in and everything to testify during the last session. If you don't remember all that, this really doesn't bode well for how the details are going to be managed over the course of this trial. No, it's not agreed. That's one of the big issues. He says the Seahor account was separate property at the time of the premarital agreement. And everybody agrees. So why are we doing this? Janina says because they take the position that it is not her separate property, meaning Ioan takes the position it's not her separate property. That led us to get documents in January of 2026. So understanding that due to the discrepancy in the amount at the time of the prenup versus at the time of separation, her understanding of Ioan's argument is that it's community property. Joe's like, we'll make our own argument. Community property is for the failure to trace. The premarital agreement characterizes the account as separate property. And so judge is like, doesn't that control? And Joe says, well, Mr. Green addressed this, that it's a commingled account and it hasn't been traced. There was, 23,000 pounds became 168,000 pounds through contributions that were made during the marriage that are presumptively community property. And the judge says no, because of the premarital agreement. It's presumptive unless the premarital agreement says otherwise. And so if that's a bad deal, it's just a bad deal. That's too bad. That's the nature of a premarital agreement. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. So he overrules the objection and allows this inquiry to continue. Now we got to go back and look at the prenup again, because I'm not real clear what the judge is thinking here or what he's looking at. So we are now looking at a different provision. We are looking at paragraph 16. Where's 16? It's still way up here. 16, commingling of funds. This is kind of what the judge is talking about. And so this says the commingling of or failure to separate the parties' earnings and income shall not give rise to a presumption of common, community, or joint tenancy in such mixed funds. The parties shall maintain their separate property interests in such funds. Here is what I understand this paragraph to mean. It means that if they commingle, it doesn't necessarily make the entire account, it doesn't create a presumption that the entire account has become community property. But what it does not do is mean that you can take community property and turn it into your own separate property merely by just putting it into your account. That would be illogical. That would not make any sense. And that seems to be kind of what the judge is suggesting here, that you know, it doesn't matter if she contributed community property into it because of how it was characterized as separate by the premarital agreement, so that's all we have to worry about. I think that is really missing the point, that if she contributed a bunch of community funds into this separate account, even if her own separate funds remain her own separate funds, and that's okay, she doesn't have to go through complicated tracing or anything like that, she still has to account for the status of the deposits, where those came from and what they are. Because if those are community property, then Ioan is entitled to his share of those. And he should be entitled to, you know, the interest on them, the earnings on them that he would have acquired had she not taken it for herself and gotten the use of that money for however long it sat over in her separate bank account. So that's, I'm seeing like a little bit of confusion, perhaps. It just makes me a little bit not like worried, but just, I don't think that the judge is maybe getting the issue. Maybe it's not being presented well. I don't really know. But he seemed to suggest that, like, oh, well, see horror, that's just Alice's, period. The prenup says so. And I think part of the problem is, you know, if there was community funds contributed into it, then that needs to be accounted for. And Ioan is entitled to a share of those. So he allows the inquiry to continue. But Janina, like, kind of wants to keep arguing. She says, well, the prenup characterizes the account, and it also, she's pointing out this paragraph, it also says that commingling doesn't undermine the character of the asset. And Joe says, the failure to produce the records that were requested a dozen times is also, you know, my concern, and we're in the middle of the trial addressing it, and I haven't been able to see it, and I'm being sandbagged. And Janina says, well, I'm not trying to admit any records. Alice is just testifying. So I'm just like, yeah, she's not trying to admit any records, so there's no like problem with trying to present something that wasn't timely produced in discovery, because she's not trying to present anything. Now, what I'm curious about is have these records since been produced? Because that to me seems to be the issue. Is if Alice is going to testify about things that you know, she hasn't provided any documentation for, but that she has and that she should have produced, then they are at a disadvantage in terms of being able to confront her on her testimony. That's the real issue. But here we are. So I have a note at the top. What I do with my little notes at the top are just like kind of big picture takeaway, like big observations. Like if somebody's like seems nervous about something, I might notice it, or like, you know, there was a thing that happened, I might notice it. What I have in my notes at the top at this point is that Alice is maintaining this very wide-eyed ingenue demeanor. She's just so naive, so innocent, understands so little, depends on everybody. It's playing into this whole weaponized helplessness. I'm so helpless. I need everybody to do things for me and explain things to me, and then I don't read for myself, and then I blame them when it happens. So after all this argument, Janina is then like, well, never mind. We're not going to talk about your prenup disclosures at all anyway. We're going to go back to Mejia, Wayne Mejia. And so he started as her business manager. She thought sometime in 2004. He would just receive whatever she was paid, and she didn't have anything to do with anything, bills, whatever. He was all responsible for everything in the US for her. I have a star in my margin. So that means all your UK stuff was all you. You managed that yourself. You kept that yourself. You tracked it yourself. Any actions taken with respect to that account, you did that, not Wayne, because Wayne only handled your US stuff. See if that gets followed up on. She started maintaining a joint bank account with Ioan around 2004 or 2005. After marriage, she continued to work as an actress. Most projects were based out of the US, and they would be deposited into the joint account. Income would be posited into the joint account. Heavy lifting on the word most here. Are you saying some would not be deposited into the joint accounts? I would follow up on that, just to clarify, just to make sure we're all on the same page about this wiggle language that's being used. Most projects were based out of the US, and the funds would be deposited into joint accounts. So are there some that weren't? What are the qualifying? Did she review the statements during the marriage? Well, yes and no, she says. Yes and no. It's very complicated, you see. Another problem with Alice being helpless is it's also very, very difficult to answer questions. This becomes aggravated during the cross-examination when it becomes very difficult to understand what words mean, even when they're words that she herself had used. So yes and no. Did you read the fucking bank statements? Yes and how was that yes and no? You read them or you didn't? You read them or you didn't? Ioan was more in charge of the finances. And what would happen is Wayne Mejia, he would send a monthly report. They would both have to sign off on it that everything was okay. It would have, the accounts and the transfers and the, expenditures, all that stuff. They would have to sign off that that everything looked good. So this sounds like another little, like the reason why it's yes and no complicated is because you signed every fucking one, but you don't want the responsibility for saying, yes, you read them. No, she didn't read them. She just signed them without reading it. That's how I interpret that, that qualifying language. So sometimes Ioan would ask about expenses, and Ioan had testified that she had access to the community accounts. There's an objection at this point that's sustained, and the judge is like, this is irrelevant. Just ask her if she had access or not, whether Ioan said anything. She says, yeah, she had. And this is part because Alice is doing the thing where it's hard having questions. Well, by access, do you mean, did I have, just ask her, did you have access? Yes, she did. She had a debit card. She had a checkbook. She also had an Amex card at the time, but she had no ability to transfer funds to her British accounts. No, big wide-eyed denial. No idea, no ability to do something like that. They had, according to Alice, tacit agreements that neither of them would make a large purchase without consulting with the other. And by large purchase, she understood that to mean, well, generally anything over about $300 or $400. There is an interruption in court at this point because there starts to be a loud noise coming from somebody's pocket. And it turns out it is Neil Blencoe's phone. So Neil is back in court. He wasn't there at the very beginning. He walked in sometime late. I didn't see when he came in. But his phone, like something's going on his phone, and there's like talking coming out of his phone. So he hasn't muted it. And so we have to pause for that. And he gets kind of lectured at the judge. And we all get a big lecture about, we have to all turn off our phones and there's no recording these proceedings and so forth. We get an admonishment about that because Neil's phone went off. We now turn to Exhibit 50, a copy of her C-horror statement from November to December of 20 and 21. They show payments to Gloria Flores. So first, on December 15th of 2021, there's a payment of $30,000 to Gloria. Why did she make this payment to Gloria? Well, because she was in a terrible mess, you see. Her cancer had returned. Gloria was their nanny from 2015 through to about 2023. And so her cancer had returned and metastasized, and she was being thrown out of her apartment, and she couldn't afford the cancer treatment. Joe objects to this and moves to strike on hearsay grounds. The judge says, I overrule it. I'm just going to treat it as Alice's understanding of what the situation was at the time. Not that it is in fact true that any of these things were happening. As far as that money, Gloria hasn't paid her back, but no, she totally is not holding funds for her benefit, guys. She's not. Alice says so. So don't worry about that at all. That's not the only one, though, because also in December of 2021, she paid Gloria another $10,000, just a separate. I'm not sure why we needed to break this up, but it was for the same reason. So Gloria worked for Alice from 2021 to 2023. According to Alice, Ioan paid for Gloria through 2021. At the end of January or beginning of February 2022 is when Ioan stopped paying her. But Alice continued to employ her after, and Alice paid her. Note there's nothing about like beginning of 2022, Alice doesn't get her convention agent until like mid to late 2023, sometime in 2023. She's keeping the full-time nanny for like a whole year and still not making any effort whatsoever to work. And this is after Ioan has said, we can't afford the nanny. I'm not paying the nanny anymore. Alice must have the nanny for reasons that are not readily apparent because she doesn't seem to have the kind of time obligations that would normally necessitate a full-time nanny at home. Her rate, Gloria's rate, was $900 a week. That was the base, and she would earn overtime at $25 an hour. So they treated 45 hours a week as the base rate, and then anything over that was overtime. So then Alice paid her up front for a year in two separate payments. These were $24,000 each. One was in May of 2022, May 5th, and that was half of the year up front. Then the second payment, $24,000, was made on June 24th of 2022. Those are for the second half of the year. Got a little note in my margins on this one. Oh, the documentation there needs to be of a transaction like this. Like all of it. Okay, all of it. You're going to gift somebody $40,000 in the same year. You have to file a gift tax return. You don't have to pay tax, but yeah. Gift and inheritance taxes like overlap in the U.S. It gets a little bit complicated. So you don't have to pay anything until you're dead, but you can like use up your total lifetime exemption for making gifts. You have to file these returns for gifts over a certain amount so that those that lifetime exemption can be tracked. So you are required to file a gift tax return for this $40,000 gift. That's how it's being characterized. She's never paid it back. It was because she was having such a hard time. The $48,000 for salary for money, whatever, you better at a bare minimum have 1099'd her for that. And 1099 is for independent contractors, but chances are pretty good she's probably an employee. Certainly the state of California has like real strict rules on who's an employee and who's an independent contractor. So little issue with the accounting on this. I would be pointing out, where's the documentation? You got some tax liabilities because of this. You haven't worried about that. You haven't asked anybody. You haven't taken care of that. You haven't disclosed any of that in your finances when you identify your debts and so forth. Yeah, because if she's a payroll, if she's a W-2 employee, Gloria is, and she got $48,000 in a year, then that is a whole lot of withholding that Alice was required to do, and contributions from the employer that Alice is required to make by virtue of having this employee, that there is no documentation whatsoever that any of that was done. So bet your little hiney I'd be following up on that. Her explanation, she had this very bizarre explanation about like why the payments were structured this way. And she says they didn't pay for a whole year because they calculated based on $900 a week, but that was without any overtime. And so by March 2023, they realized she'd been underpaid. And after that, they paid her monthly once, and then she paid her weekly after that. And the amounts that she paid differed because it was the $900 base plus whatever the overtime was. And that varied because once, you see, Alice was a full-time parent, she had to do more. Gloria had to do more once Alice became a full-time parent. When did this happen? When did this happen? And why did Gloria have to do more? Because Gloria was doing plenty during 2022 and before, when Alice wasn't working, when Alice was sitting at home on social media and doing whatever it was that she does. And Gloria is taking care of all the girls. And this is kind of still the situation in 2023. Alice is still not working. Why the fuck do you need Gloria to do more? Because you could actually get out of bed and take care of your kids yourself. This seems to not have occurred to her. It's very strange. So, but it was like the status seems to be what matters. Well, I was a full-time parent now, so Gloria had to do more. Not sure the logic on that one really follows. She stopped, meaning like, fired Gloria, in November of 2023, because at that time she entered into a catastrophic financial situation. Nice. Catastrophic financial situation. All right, so I had to revisit the timeline. And I'm going to go ahead and share that with you as well. What was going on to create this catastrophic financial situation in December of 2023? Well, let's recap. This is really small. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Here we go. 2023, remember, this is what is going on in 2023. Alice, they sold the house. Alice has to move out in May. She gets the much more expensive apartment, the apartment that's like almost twice as much as their mortgage was. We go through the whole DVRO stuff with Ella, and all these things are going on. So remember, guys, when the house is sold in May of 2023, Alice gets a whole bunch of money from that. She gets $110,000 just directly distributed to her, and that was to pay for her living expenses and so forth. Then they also paid her lawyer at the time, but her lawyer then withdrew in May of 2023. This is Marie La Molinara. And when Marie withdrew, they sent back the unearned portion of the fees that they had been paid directly to Alice, and then Alice just kept those. So that was another $28,000. So we need the full context here of Alice's, big financial catastrophe. She received $138,000 in like middle of 2023, and she's telling us by November she's in her catastrophic financial situation. So remember, all this is going on. We're doing the therapy, and you know, all this stuff is going on. This then, remember, they want to do reunification, and Alice starts wanting money. She starts texting Alice, I want money. She doesn't want to pay for the custody evaluation. She doesn't want to pay for reunification therapy, all that stuff. But she wants more money from Ioan. At the time, according to her bank statements, according to Ioan's previous declaration, she was showing $10,000 to $12,000 a month coming into her bank account. So she's got $136,000 from May. She's got $10,000 to $12,000 a month during the roughly October, time period. And then December is when she stops paying her rent on that. Oh, wait, no, that's not this year. Oh, yeah, no, it is. It's this freaking year. Like, so much has happened in this case. Lose track of the timeline a little bit sometimes, so I had to write it down. This is when she stops paying her $6,500 a month rent, but then doesn't have to leave the apartment until June. So she gets 6 months of free rent of $6,500 a month that she is not having to pay for. She is also, at this point, receiving the interim child support and the advance of $7,000. She starts getting that in December. So, yeah, I'm going to be following up. I'm going to be following up on these catastrophic financial circumstances of which she speaks, because that's a fucking windfall. Like, I don't know how you play victim with that. I really don't. It's just really remarkable. But that's her explanation for why she stopped paying Gloria, because in November of 2023, she entered into a catastrophic financial situation. Yeah, I'm going to have some questions on Cross about that. And it's totally not, once again, just to be clear, that Gloria is holding on to the money for her or concealing funds or anything like that. It's totally, totally not that. We turn to another exhibit. She doesn't immediately recognize what it is. It's Exhibit 22. It's showing deposits. Oh, she's asked if deposits into her bank statements is an accurate calculation of her income. There's an objection to this as calling for a legal conclusion, and that is sustained. We already know she, is not cooperative during discovery. She won't produce stuff. And so the only way that his accountant was able to impute or just calculate any kind of income for her is by looking at what's going into her bank statements. And then she, won't explain what the sources of those deposits are. So they treat it all as income. For the 23 months ending in November 28th of 2025, so 2 years before that, starting with the catastrophic financial situation in November of 2023 through November of 2025, she did receive money that other than compensation for work, so things besides that. She sold belongings, clothes, most of her luxury things on a resale site. We heard about this before. She also reached out to lots of people when times got hard. She asked for money, she asked for loans, she asked for gifts, and some of them did step up. Some of these unnamed people stepped up with unspecified amounts of possibly loans, possibly gifts. We're not really sure because none of this seems to be documented anywhere. She also launched the GoFundMe when they were evicted to help them move. I think she meant they relaunched it. She might have said that, and I wrote it down wrong. But they relaunched the GoFundMe to help them move. She introduces a bunch of statements from The Real. This is the site, the website. It sells luxury items, bags, shoes, clothes, jewelry. They authenticate it, they sell it, they pay you a sliding scale of what they receive for that item. So this is just, it's a commission. It's an online based, commission based sales site. So these statements from the real, Joe, they're marked. Joe objects to them as not being timely provided. And the judge says, well, it's in my binder. It's been pre-marked. And Joe says, but there were dates certain that items were to be produced by, and this was not, and those dates weren't met. The judge says it has been too long since the trial started over a month ago, and there's never been anything brought up about exhibits being filed too late. And in fact, I asked you at the very beginning of the trial about whether there were any issues with the exhibits, and you said there were none. And so the judge says you have waived your objection to late production. So I am definitely curious about this. What does this mean in terms of the timeline of exhibits being produced, and why was this not raised before, and why is it being raised? I mean, I kind of agree with the judge that if there's been late production of exhibits, you bring that up real early. I don't know why you wait. So there's a story there, but didn't get to hear the whole thing in court because the judge is like, you needed to bring this up a long time ago. You have waived objection to late production of trial exhibits. So the statements from the real, some of them anyway, they are admitted into evidence. Copies of checks that she got from them. So it looks like this was all happening between July and November of 2025. She gets these 5 checks from them, like a check each month: July, August, September, October, and November of 2025. So kind of late in the day, despite that, grave catastrophic financial situation she was having a whole year and a half earlier, never got around to selling any of the stuff in the storage unit that she was continuing to pay rent for while in her catastrophic financial situation. I'll make clear, as far as the wisdom and prudence of these financial decisions. We feeling bad for Alice yet? Joe objects to the real stuff as on relevance grounds. Judge wants an offer of proof. Janina says it's relevant because the support calculation in the premarital agreement doesn't go based on the general understanding that everybody, normal everyday people have of what income is. It's defined specifically, and their position is that these funds, these receipts she got for selling clothes, should not be part of the income available for support. Joe says we have a stipulation to income for this time period. And Janina says the stipulation is that she agreed to Mr. Green's calculation for child support purposes. And so the judge is the understanding here is that she is contending the payment for sale of clothing is not a part of the adjusted gross earnings, is the term that they use in the prenup. Doesn't count, so it is relevant, so it's overruled. Big star in the margin on this one for me. Judge, what the fuck? Nobody has ever claimed Alice needs to pay Ioan spousal support. So her income for purposes of calculating spousal support doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's never going to have to pay him support because under the terms of the prenup, he out-earned her substantially at the time of the separation. So I don't think it's relevant at all, but what the fuck? He wants to hear it. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Does she have any more luxury items to sell today? Well, that's difficult to answer also. You see, also very difficult to answer. And it's difficult to answer, and she starts to explain, and then she stops and has a new thought, and then qualifies, and it gets really fucking messy. It's very rambly and not helpful. So Joe objects to this as non-responsive. And so she explains, well, she doesn't know if there is more because the seller has to accept the item. And so everything that they did accept from her has been sold. She seems to be saying she's not sure if they would accept anything else that she has. Not clear if she's saying whether she has anything else to offer. Very unclear. Now, as far as the help from friends, the unspecified amounts from the unspecified people, she doubles down on how unspecified this is because in her own direct testimony, this is her lawyer asking her, she couldn't estimate. She could not possibly estimate the total amount of help that she received from the friends without looking at her accounts. You're in fucking trial. You're in fucking trial on your finances. You've had a month break since this whole trial even started. You had plenty of time to look at your statements and figure that out because it's kind of important and it kind of goes to your whole argument that no, don't look at my bank statements to calculate my income and my needs because that's not really income. And so you had a month to substantiate that, to support your argument about what that money is. And you didn't look at the statement. You couldn't possibly without look at the statements. Big star in my margin here. Underline details on this. Okay. Here's how I'm handling this on cross. We are just going to get into this. Alice, you testified you received help from friends, but you couldn't estimate the total amount without looking at all of your accounts. When did you start receiving help? Who was the first person you received help for? How many people in total did you receive help from? Oh, you don't remember any of this? Here's all of your fucking bank statements. Okay, you said you need to look at these. Why don't you go ahead and flip through these pages and identify for me which ones of these are gifts from friends? Is that a gift from a friend? Is that a loan from a friend? How do you know the difference? None of this is in writing, right? You haven't submitted any type of documentation supporting any of that. No, I'm not having this. I'm asking every fucking question about your claim that you got a bunch of gifts and loans. You got loans. You said you got loans, right? Some of them gave you loans. And you said that in there's like a prior sworn declaration that she made where she said, I got loans from friends and family and so forth. She hasn't declared any of those as debts in any of her financial statements. So have those loans been forgiven? If those loans have been forgiven, does she know that that's treated as income to her for tax purposes? And she's, of course, declared it accordingly. No, wait, no, she hasn't. Because remember, still haven't filed taxes since the divorce. Since Ioan stopped filing for her. She hasn't filed anything for herself. This better get followed up on, okay? This whole, I just got help from my friends. It's such a bunch of disingenuous, obviously transparent horse shit. You need to dig your finger into that soft spot a lot and enjoy, the squish. This is like what trial is for. This is what it's all about. Enjoying making that lying sack of shit as uncomfortable as you possibly can. We took our morning recess at this point. And so I made a note at this point because I didn't, during the course of the testimony, identify every single fucking costume change that was going on throughout the whole morning because it was constant. It was like constant fiddling. And so I just noted she did multiple changes. The jacket came off, the cardi came on, the cardi came off, the scarf went on. The scarf then was transformed into a shawl instead of a scarf, and then it went back to a scarf, and then the jacket came back on. And then she's we're coming back from the break, and she's staring in the plexiglass, checking her hair, making sure her hair is all smooth. Very, very, very caught up in the whole presentation side of things. And her actual presentation on the stand, her demeanor, her affect, the way that she comes off, it's it's extremely exaggerated. It's like cartoonish, you know, every expression, she's like overacts everything. And even in this context where you're on this, like you're on the stand, you're testifying in a trial, you're not supposed to be acting at all. We all kind of know that you are, but you're supposed to keep it on the down low. Okay. And so like even people who aren't actors who are up there testifying, they understand the deal that, you know, we're kind of putting on a show here, but not making a show out of putting on our show. Alice is making a show out of putting on her show. Just wild expressions and gestures and, you know, big movements and lots of, you know, adjusting the clothes and shifting and stuff. You know, big, massive lip movements, like everything is crazy fucking over the top. After the recess, we mark a new exhibit, number 47. I believe this is one of her financial disclosures, but we'll get back to it. So she's asked about her GoFundMe. The GoFundMe, she says she launched at first in either early 2022 or 2023. She can't remember again. She's very bad at details for, you know, having had all this time to prepare. The 23 months ending in November 28th of 2025. Again, remember beginning at the catastrophic financial circumstances. During that 23 months, she did receive contributions from the GoFundMe campaign. It was active the whole time. There were two main times when she received the funds, Alice says. Most came when she first launched it. The rest came in May of 2025 when they got evicted and she did the relaunch. And she launched it again. She just means by that she was frantic about her and the girls being homeless. So she directed fans and supporters back to the GoFundMe. Just has to do these sympathy plays. This doesn't matter. There's like no point in bringing this up, but she just needs an excuse to say, I was so terrified we would be homeless because you saved yourself $6,500 for 6 months. We did the math before. What did that work out? $38,500 that she saved while cashing in the $10,000 a month from Ioan. Wow. She's got whatever left from the $136,000 that she just got like 6 months before, while she has mystery income coming into her bank accounts. Yeah. She was terrified about them being homeless. Part of this exhibit has pages that are statements from her City National Bank account from April to May of 2025. It shows movements in the account, and she identifies contributions from the GoFundMe in May of 2025 in the amount of $9,422.15, $217.27, $1,139.12, and $28.52. So cleaned up, a little over $10,000 in May of 2025 from the GoFundMe. But she says it's not typical to receive that amount throughout the campaign. We look at some more statements now from end of September to end of October of 2025. This shows a $3,000 incoming wire transfer on October the 2nd. The source of that was Jane Garner. Who's Jane Garner, you ask? That's her late brother's mother-in-law. Her brother died unexpectedly, you see, and the mother-in-law wanted to help Alice and the girls go to the UK for the funeral. Big star in the column here. There's a Facebook fundraiser, that a fan page, people who like the Christmas card movie put together for Alice so that she could go and attend her brother's funeral. This has not been mentioned. None of that has been mentioned. I'm quite curious about whether there were conversations behind the scene between Alice and the organizer of this fundraiser about her needs for funding to attend this funeral. And the reason why I wondered that is because that's pretty common if you're going to set up a, set up a GoFundMe, a crowdfunding, something like that as an organizer for somebody else. You tend to coordinate that. So I do wonder if those nice folks over in the Facebook group knew that Alice got $3,000 from her mother-in-law to go to the funeral. But the other big note that I have here in the margin, you notice what she didn't actually say. You notice what she didn't actually testify to. She didn't actually testify that me and my children went to the funeral. Never mentioned that. I would ask that just to make sure we're absolutely clear on cross-examination. You didn't say. So I just want to clarify. You and the children did go to the funeral, didn't you? Just to be sure. I want to make sure I understand that. At the end of October in 2025, there was also another $1,000 incoming wire transfer. She identifies this as part of a series of payments that were made to her for a convention. She believes it was a New Orleans convention in January of 2026. This might have been part of the flight buyout. She's just really not sure. Joe objects to this as like non-responsive and speculative and all these things. And the judge makes a comment at this point that I'm going to consider the demeanor and affect of the witness in deciding what weight I should give it. So a couple times now, this is not the first time. Back when Alice testified in the first session, we heard a little bit from the judge about witness demeanor, and seems that didn't necessarily go all that well for her. Comes up again. Seems the judge is noticing perhaps a little bit of what I'm noticing, which is that this is not a very good witness. Okay, this is a witness who is overly dramatic, not willing to help herself in terms of, I mean, really anything. Certainly not taking responsibility for things like preparing your prenup disclosures, but even just, things like taking care of the kids and I don't know. But it seems that the judge is kind of noticing that there's a little bit of a demeanor and an affect issue here that maybe should go to credibility and weight of testimony. We shift gears now. When they lived all together as a big family, they lived in a 3-bedroom Spanish-style house in West Hollywood. It was about 1,800 square feet. Now she lives in Encino in a condo. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and it's 900 square feet. This change of residence has massively, massively changed her lifestyle. The children are now forced to share a very small bedroom. At the old house, they had a terrace, they had a pool, a yard, there was space for the children to play outside. At the condo, they don't have any outside space. She also lives on a very busy intersection. The judge interjects and says, "Tell me the intersection." And Alice says, "No, I'm not going to." The judge says, "Thank you." Noted. "No, I'm not telling you," she tells the judge. Not quite sure what he's going to make of that, but I noticed. Not going to tell the judge. But because it's a busy intersection, they can't let the dog out. And there's also no sidewalks in Encino. Did you know this, guys? At least maybe not in this part. There's no sidewalks, and so they can't walk on the side of the street. They'll fall into the street or something. And so at their old place, the girls used to be able to walk and get coffee and juice or something, but they can't do that anymore now because there's no sidewalks. Also, it's 12 or 13 miles, guys, a whole half marathon to where the kids grew up. And so they've changed schools twice. They've lost contact with all their old childhood friends. Alice, of course, doesn't have family here. Nobody's ever been as alone as Alice. She has no family. She has no mom friends that she's made. She's all alone in Encino. And so she has to drive the kids anytime they want to go somewhere or need something or something like that. And so because of all this, the youngest child, Elsie, she's lost all of her after-school activities. Wow. Wow. So let's chew on this sob story for a little bit. She pulled Elsie out of all her after school stuff because she needs to drive her. It seems like that's the explanation, because she'd have to drive her 12 to 13 miles, which is approximately the length from downtown Los Angeles to the beach. Not really super far, although I will definitely grant that in Los Angeles miles, it can take a while to go 12 to 13. Don't disagree with that. But, this is not like they're across the country now or something like that. She gave the nanny 40 grand, right? And seems to just be no regrets about that. Totally fine with that. That's all good. 40 grand would pay for a lot of after school stuff, wouldn't it? It would pay for a lot of Waymos for the daughter to be able to keep up her activities. This like super, super, super jumped out at me as more of the trauma bonding. This is a trauma bonding. I talked about this way, way back in the day. This is like one of the early like things you notice about the case is the way that this woman trauma bonds her children. And if you don't know what a trauma bond is, it's not, oh, we bond together over trauma. Trauma bond is, I hurt you and then make myself the person who fixes your pain. And so you get programmed to kind of overlook the fact that I am the source of your trauma because I am dependent on you to help me deal with it, to help me alleviate it, cope with it, or whatever. That's what she's done to these kids, okay? Pulling them, big note in the margin, change schools twice. We're going to be following up on that, you see, because when Alice first did the move to Beverly Hills, there was a whole issue over the children changing schools. And Elsie in particular, it was even written into the order, written into a court order that she was not to change Elsie's school without Ioan's agreement or prior order of the court. And she did it anyway. So we've got a contempt of court issue here on the change of schools, which she is now using, to play victim about. And then, took her away from her friends and yanked her out of all her after school activities, the things that she has that give her space, that give her meaning, give her some kind of independence. All of that now has been taken away by Alice. That's the trauma. And I can just imagine how she's doing the bonding part. You know how they're doing the bonding part? I'm so sorry, Elsie. If only mean old daddy wouldn't just pay mommy a whole bunch of money, then we wouldn't have to do these things. She will comfort her with the blame shifting. This, it jumped out, and it also made me very, very sad for that kid. So sad for that kid. You gave the nanny 40 grand, but you can't drive your daughter 13 miles to see her friend, to go to her, aerial gymnastics. I remember it was one of the activities she did at one point. Can't do any of that. That's some mothering choices. All right. Before the marriage, she worked as an actress, but then after the marriage, the number of projects that she got and engaged in, that changed. There's a relevance objection to this. The judge says it's relevant to the request for permanent spousal support because it goes to the standard of living. Joe says, but their own position is that this goes by the premarital agreement. Janina is saying, but they want to terminate the premarital agreement and argue that, she says, the 4320 factors. They use all this shorthand. 4320 is for shorthand for California Family Code 4320. It is, as she says, a whole series of factors that go into when and what a court is supposed to award for spousal support. And so it looks at things like, I have it pulled up. I'm not going to share it, but I'll just read some of it. The extent to which the earning capacity of each party is sufficient to maintain the standard of living established during the marriage, taking into account the marketable skills, the extent to which the present or future earning capacity is impaired by periods of unemployment that were incurred to permit the supported party to devote time to domestic duties, the extent to which the supported party contributed to the attainment of an education, career, license by the supporting party, the ability to pay spousal support, all of these, it's just all of these factors. One of those is documented evidence of any history of domestic violence. And so this has been Ioan's basis for requesting that spousal be terminated. There's like a domestic violence finding from a month ago. There was another one, before that from back in August of 2022. So domestic violence is a factor, and also, the whole Gavron issue, the goal that a supported party should be self-supporting within a reasonable period of time. This is one of the factors that they're supposed to consider. So these are all the things when they talk about 4320 factors that they mean. All of this testimony about lifestyle change is only relevant if we're calculating spousal or evaluating spousal under these 4320 factors. If we just go by the prenup calculation, none of it matters. So we are, I guess, in a little bit of a situation where it does kind of seem like both parties are kind of trying to have it both ways. Janina wants the prenup money, but also wants lifestyle to matter, she wants to be able to testify about it, basically, because Alice wants to be able to testify about that. Got to do the sympathy ploy. Look at my downgrade in my lifestyle. And on one side, they want the prenup, but they also want this, presumption that if there's domestic violence, that support shouldn't be ordered. So don't know how the judge is going to resolve that. Really don't. To me, there's a little bit of a separate issue between, should you really order a domestic violence victim to pay support to their abuser as a matter of public policy? This is kind of bigger than just like a factor that should be considered in whether an award is made or how much of an award is made. But I guess I'm not too deeply entrenched in the intricacies of California law to know if we are necessarily having to deal with these 4320 factors to raise domestic violence in the context of a spousal support calculation. So the judge is going to have to sort all this out, but the judge is basically allowing it because Janina's saying, look, I don't know what you're going to decide, and if you decide these factors apply, then we want to have argued it, which is a fair point. So Alice, we get the story now about the marriage and Alice's hardships. She was 39 at the time of the marriage. They wanted very much to have children. They began immediately trying to have a baby, which I accidentally wrote in my notes as B-A-Y-B-E. Baby. She went to a fertility specialist because she was, close to the end of her fertile years. They found out all this stuff. Judge cuts her off. I'm going to caution you, Alice, not to reveal so much of your personal life because you really don't have to. It's not necessary. She's going off about, my eggs, judge's like, you don't have to go here. I don't need to know this. So we summarize as she was heavily involved in fertility treatments. And the judge is like, so you're saying that's what kept you out of the workforce? And Alice says, yes, because you have to be available when your body is ready. And so I wasn't supposed to be more than 4 hours from LA. When she underwent IVF for Ella, this was between June and December of 2008. After she got pregnant, she started to work again. And after when she was about 3 months pregnant, she went to Hawaii to shoot Lost, an episode of Lost. Spent 5 to 6 weeks doing that. Asked if Ioan had a reaction to her going to Hawaii. Joe objects to that, and that is sustained. This is so fucking petty. This is so fucking petty. She wants to relitigate a fight from 2009 about her going to Hawaii. Of course it's not relevant. It has nothing to do with anything at issue in the trial. But she just really wants to go there, and she's got this attorney that's gonna give her what she wants. Let her just try to go down these roads that don't matter at all. She did not do any other work during Ella's pregnancy. She was at advanced maternal age. She was halfway through the pregnancy after Lost, and frankly, she just wasn't offered anything after that. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Then after Ella was born, her ability to work changed because they had a discussion and made an agreement that one of them would always need to be home with the baby. And so when Ella was 11 weeks old, Ioan had gotten a job that filmed in Australia. And so they all went to Australia for 5 months to film. They had no nanny at this time. Ioan was spending about 10 to 14 hours a day on set. This particular shoot was apparently quite physically demanding. Was this Fantastic Four? Was this I don't remember, because I don't know when it was filmed. I don't know where it was filmed. But I did wonder about that. Some of you guys in the chat might know what he was filming when Ella was 11 weeks old, which would be in late 2009, very early 2010. While they were in Australia, she would receive offers to audition, but those opportunities were in Los Angeles, and she did not travel back to do that. And the reason why was because, she wants to litigate more fights from 2009. They had a bit of a fight that day, you see, because there was lots of interest in her. It was pilot season, and there was lots of interest in her auditioning. But Ioan would not finish with his project until later, and they had a very rough day on the beach one day because he didn't want to be left with the baby. And then I realized I couldn't go back alone with the baby and still do auditions. And so that was her realization that she was naive about how much time a baby needs. Apparently never crossed her fucking mind that an infant needs a lot of care. Hadn't crossed her mind until she's in Australia with a 3-month-old baby and can't figure out how to audition for work, I guess. Judge interjects again at this point. Alice, just answer the question. I know you want to tell your story. I don't want to seem that I'm not interested or don't care. I am interested. It's just that the way things go in court, that's not really how it works. And you tend to kind of run off and run on. And the court reporter's taking down everything you say. And Alice, I have a tendency to keep talking. Yes, we know that, Alice. That's literally what he just told you. And he told you to shut the fuck up, to fight that tendency. And even still, you got to mouth back to the judge. Got to have the last fucking word about why you're rambling on the stand. Not answering, just telling your little sob story instead of answering the question that you're asked. Then when the Australia filming ended, the family returned to LA, but only very briefly. They had one day together because Ioan had booked another movie that was filming in London right after that. And so he had to fly out for 3 months the very next day. Alice stayed in Los Angeles with Ella. They had no permanent childcare, but she did use a friend for childcare a few times while she auditioned. No explanation why you can't get a babysitter, why you didn't get a nanny at this point. Why don't you get a nanny at this point? You get a nanny years later. Why not get the nanny when you need to audition? Then between Ella and Elsie's births, she did work. She claims to have done 4 jobs. In December of 2017, December of 2012, I think I wrote that down wrong, 2012, she found out she was pregnant with Elsie. So she had to do IVF again, and that this one was a 2-year process. So that started in 2010. And that affected her ability to work for the same reasons. You got to stay in LA. Can't be too far away. They did 6 cycles that failed. The judge did not need to know that, but she just badly needed to say it. And she did turn down work during that time period, between December of 2010 and December of 2012, while she's doing the IVF, turned down a handful of roles and maybe 10 to 20 auditions. When Elsie was born, they did have part-time childcare at that point. And throughout all of this, Ioan continued to travel for his career. Starting in 2012, Ioan didn't travel while she was pregnant with Elsie, but then he resumed after Elsie was born. She visited Ioan with the kids while he worked. The first trip was in 2014 to Australia, where they went for a month, and at this point, a nanny came with them. She was not available to work that month while they were in Australia. Nobody cares about the month that you went to Australia, because everybody gets to have vacation. Like, nobody resents having some time off. It's the other 11 fucking months that people care about. Why weren't you working then? Nobody expects you to work while you're on vacation. Once Ella began preschool, however, it became much harder for them to keep visiting Ioan on set, because the schools, guys, get this, it's the weirdest thing. The schools didn't want them to be absent all the time. Schools didn't want her to be absent all the time. They made it clear they didn't want them leaving. I'm kind of looking like, what? The judge is looking like, what? Like, of course, the schools don't want your kids out of school. How is that extraordinary to you? I don't know. But so at this point, then they shifted to just traveling on holidays and weekends because of school. Why you couldn't do that before? I don't know. I don't understand the story. It's so passive. We're back in the, Alice is just tossed and turned by, you know, the waves of whatever strange fortune brings her. She's got like no agency at all. These are just these things that happened. No explanation for why. Why was this necessary? In July and August of 2014 through spring of 2015, Ioan was in New York filming. At this time, Ella was 5, Elsie was 1. They took 5 to 6 trips to New York with the kids. Those trips impacted her ability to work because she wasn't available. From between the time of the marriage and today, she has had 1 acting role that was in LA, that was local to LA. So basically what Alice has just established for us is that she has impossible standards. She's only going to work if it's in LA, but nothing films in LA. So there's no work in LA. So good enough, I guess. Good enough. She tried, given, you know, her limitations on what she's willing to do. Normally, you would have to travel to roles, and so the children affected the travel because of that decision that one of them had to be at home with the kids at any time. Notice there's no modification of the prenup. They didn't modify the prenup. There's no new agreement. Okay, I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. There's no new agreement. If there was a new agreement that undermined your expectations for property and you know, all those types of issues, you would do a modification, you do an amendment to the prenup. Oh, we have kids now, we realize the circumstances have changed because Alice can't work, and so this whole situation is no longer fair, so here's what we've renegotiated. You can do that. It's totally allowed. But I kind of think they, you know, they didn't, because they never actually had this agreement that she's saying they did. But that's what she says. And so at this point, you know, Ioan's career was going well. They prioritized him. She's got to get this stuff out on the stand, right? Judge keeps telling her, you don't have to tell us everything, but she really wants to. Did you know, guys, her quote for TV per episode was $7,000, but his was $105,000. She wanted to say that so bad. And so, you know, so it just made sense. You know, yes, of course it does. You prioritize the guy who's making 10 times as much, you know, per episode for what he can film. Does she believe she helped Ioan with his career? Oh, 100% she does. Oh, I bet she does. Yes, I bet she does. They would both read all of the scripts that he would receive, and they would discuss them. She was constantly in contact with Mary Ellen, the manager. We heard from Mary Ellen. Yeah, we did. Alice would share roles that she had found, like in her own script. She actually got a role that way because she found like an extra or something that was like in the script, and she told Mary Ellen about it, and Ioan got it. She says they would always be looking at the trades, or she'd like read a book and think that maybe they're going to get an adaptation of it. And so she's constantly working on all this stuff, and so much so that Ioan would actually call her his second manager. You know, in light of that DVRO and all of those allegations, I don't know that this really means what she thinks it does at this point. Yeah, I'll bet he did think she was the second manager, and probably, you know, promoting herself to primary. Yeah. Judge at this point interjects. He has he's now gotten on the clock. Judge is now like, we're over time. This case was scheduled for a 2-week trial. We're back for a 3rd week. We've had one witness on the stand. So at the very beginning, Judge wants to know, you know, how much time it's going to take or whatever. Janina's like, oh, 90 minutes to an hour. Judge, 90 minutes to 2 hours. Judge interjects at this point. You have 15 minutes left of your 2 hours. Just so you know. Towards the end of the marriage, Ioan traveled for work between 2017 to 2021. He was gone the whole 2017. For 2018, he did 2 shows, 2019 and 2020. He finished a show in the UK, but he was doing Harrow in Australia. So he was away for 6 months, and he came back early in 2020 because of COVID. Then he returned after that to finish. And so bottom line is he was gone most of the time after 2017, or starting 2017. For some reason, we bring up that sometime between late 2020 and early 2021, Ioan got an offer for a Welsh movie that was being made by a director friend of theirs. Ioan turned the role down, according to Alice, because he wasn't sure about the director or the script. And that film went on to receive 2 BAFTAs and a Young Artist Award. Why did this need to be brought up? What's it relevant for? I don't know. You tell me. Does Alice need to establish how much help Ioan needs with his career? But you were second manager. You were second manager, but suddenly, like, her role in this one is now all gone. Weird. That decision, of course, is all Ioan's. It's only the good ones. See, it's only the good ones that she gets to take credit for. Since the January 2021 separation, her efforts to find acting jobs, she relies on an agent. Her agent is Joe Vance. He's been her agent for, she said, a number of years, but I couldn't hear because she was kind of mumbling. And she believed he was actively looking for acting jobs for her. But then in the last month, she learned that Ioan was actively texting with Mary Ellen to get Joe to fire her back in 2021. And the whole thing has thrown her for a complete loop, and she doesn't know what to do. This makes no sense, because Joe didn't fire you in 2021. We're gonna follow up on that. I don't know how this would suddenly confuse you that you learned about something, a conversation that happened 5 years ago that apparently like didn't achieve anything. I couldn't understand why he was being so cold to me. I don't understand. What does him being cold have to do with whether he was still your agent? Mary Ellen said that Joe took her name off of listings because she wasn't up, and you know, she wasn't up for roles that she thought that she was going to be up for. This is stricken as hearsay. You could have asked Mary Ellen about that, and you chose not to do that. So blaming Joe. Surprise, surprise. Let's blame Joe for why she doesn't have acting work. She then got a conventions agent in 2023. Yeah, we know about that. And she's booked, according to her, 10 to 12 conventions since then. She has no experience with anything but acting professionally. She did occasionally write columns for magazines. She had a regular column back in 2007 or 2008. And she's had some one-off pieces since then. Asked how much she earns on average per month from the conventions, and her direct testimony, Alice says, "I don't know. Isn't it in evidence?" She doesn't know what her lawyer needs her to testify to. So I very much kind of hope for her sake it is indeed in evidence, because there's no follow-up on this. Now we move to her health. How's her health? How's your health, Alice? Anything affecting your ability to work? Well, her health is okay. It's not great, but she has an autoimmune disease. You see, she has autonomic dysfunction and fibromyalgia. That causes flares, and so it comes and goes. Comes and goes. Oh, you longtime Alice watchers, you know about the coming and going of the fibromyalgia. We haven't heard anything about the fibro in quite a long time. In the old social setting, it used to be quite a popular topic about how she went to like 35 doctors and couldn't get a diagnosis and was like continuing to doctor shop. Big star in my column on this one. Mainly because if you're claiming that you have a physical disability that makes you unable to work, you get disability for that. You go apply for disability. That's a potential, source of income for you. It also potentially opens up doors just in terms of your, contribution to child support and the spousal that for whatever reason we're calculating your income for, even though you'd never have to pay it. But it does very much factor into those types of calculations. And so it's kind of a big deal to claim disability during the course of a dissolution. And I'm just going to say you need a lot more than a trust me, bro. Okay, because establishing a disability, very difficult process. You need a lot of medical evidence, documentation, all kinds of stuff to try to get that done. And what does she offer? Absolutely fucking nothing. Of course. Absolutely nothing is offered to substantiate this. Not a medical record, not a doctor's name, nothing. Just trust me, bro. I got these problems. Makes it very hard for me to work. What she wants in terms of spousal, according to Alice, she's just asking the court to honor the premarital agreement. The one, of course, she didn't fucking honor when she entered into it, okay? Entered into it based on a misrepresentation. But she wants the court to honor it and award her 10% of the adjusted earnings. She does understand that Ioan is requesting that be terminated, but she really doesn't understand why. Perhaps it has something to do with the DVRO. Perhaps, I think, maybe it's that. She didn't set out to ruin his career, though. No, absolutely not. She does not, in fact, believe that anything that she did would ruin her career, because Hollywood is not a bastion of morality, you guys, in case you didn't know that. In fact, Brad Pitt, Ben Affleck, Jude Law, even Hugh Laurie, Hugh Grant. My apologies to Hugh Laurie. I love Hugh Laurie. Not even from Blackadder, like way back in the Blackadder days. Love Hugh Laurie, and Wooster and Jeeves, like one of my favorites. I don't even care about that doctor show he did. Anyway, my bad, Hugh Laurie. Hugh Grant. All these guys, they've had cheating scandals or prostitution scandals, and these guys are all working. And so I don't believe I even have as much power as that would suggest that I have, because if I had power like that, I would surely get myself my own jobs. And so the accusations like that, they don't hurt actors. It just makes them more interesting. At this point, I picked my jaw up off the floor and kind of look around. You seeing this? Y'all seeing this? The judge, his eyebrows are like up to his hairline. Yeah, everybody's like, are you literally saying that your smear campaign was helpful? You helped him by making him interesting? Why don't you ask for a commission, perhaps? It seems like second manager here has really stepped up and done a solid. I couldn't believe how removed, like how little theory of mind for other human beings you have to say something like this. No, it doesn't hurt somebody to make accusations about them. It actually helps. It actually makes them more interesting. You're saying it helps them. Did you not hear all the testimony, like from Mary Ellen, for example, about how much it did not help? In fact, how long she had been telling you to shut the fuck up because it wasn't helping either of you what you were doing. And yet you still did it for a couple more years. And exactly what she said was going to happen, which is the job's dried up and nobody is interested, in you anymore. But Ioan had a real hard time. Whatever year it was, 2023, where he made nothing. And since then, it hasn't been the same quality, hasn't been the same quantity of offers, all that stuff. Did you hear any of that? Are you saying that you understand? You're more of an expert on this than Mary Ellen, because I'm 100% confident she thinks that. But it would be quite interesting to see if she'd actually say it when push comes to shove. Because that's pretty much not what the expert Mary Ellen had to say about any of that. Did not consider what you were doing here helpful. Fucking believe she said that. Really couldn't believe she said that. Asked if the renewal of the domestic violence restraining order had an impact on her and her ability to work. The judge says the DVRO, that's irrelevant. Yeah, we're not going to be considering how victimized you are by having to take responsibility for your abuse and to desist from it. What the actual fuck? Can you believe? What is this lawyer thinking? Even asking this question, I don't get it. And yet it doesn't seem to be, visibly at least, like the way things are going down in the courtroom and the way they're interacting and all that stuff, it doesn't seem to be like costing her anything with the judge. To me, this would be devastating in terms of like, what the fuck are you even doing here? I have very little faith in your argument. I have very little faith in your presentation. I'm going to double check everything you say. You're going to play victim over having received a DVRO renewal from this very judge just weeks ago. Yeah, no, judge isn't having that. But we do proceed to establish that since the DVRO was renewed, she hasn't posted on social media about Ioan or Bianca or about infidelity general or about the court case or about the ruling. She's had no communications to Ioan or Bianca. She did not photograph Bianca, by the way, on the March 6th court date. Did not do that. And she does not at this time have any intent to violate the DVRO. I bet she, I kind of vaguely remember back before the very first one was issued in 2022, swore up and down she didn't really know what he was alleging, but she totally knows that it was not, abuse. It wasn't harassment or anything like that, because she wouldn't do something like that, and she would never intend to. Sounds like a little bit of a broken record on that one. Don't think anybody really cares what her stated intentions are in light of her, as they say now these days, revealed preferences. You know, your actions say so much more than your own words. So we now move on to cross. That is it for the direct examination. Those are all the topics that they covered. Really focusing heavily on that lifestyle stuff. I think I'm taking it as like that's kind of their Hail Mary for why spousal should not be terminated. You know, it's not going to affect the amount because it's going to be by the prenup. They stipulated to the prenup. Nobody is saying take the prenup off the table, even though, you know, Alice failed to disclose assets. So the prenup is going to tell us how much. The lifestyle stuff seems to relate to, don't cut it off, Judge. Look at how much I've had to downgrade. I've had to pull my fucking kids out of after school activities and away from their friends because I don't want to drive 13 miles and I gave 40 grand to the nanny instead. The judge doesn't want a time estimate, but Joe is like, he's not sure how long at this point. So the judge says, we're like maybe half an hour to lunch at this point. So the judge says, we'll just come back at 1:30 and I'll ask you for your time estimate at that point. So first we have Exhibit 43. Now this is the one, I think this was previously marked during the direct examination. Maybe not, maybe it's just now marked. This is her income and expense declaration. Asked if this is the earliest one she filed in the case. Alice doesn't know because she doesn't know if it's the earliest, but she does know that it is hers. So just for background purposes, the earliest income and expense declaration in the case was filed, let me find the docket real quick. It was filed back in 2022. I think it was February. No, that was when Ioan filed his. She submitted her first financial declaration November of 2022, but she didn't file it. So all that we've seen about this previously is she filed a declaration saying she had served it on Ioan, but she didn't actually file it in court. So we haven't seen this one, but they're talking about the one from November of 2022. There's like talking over, and Alice she's one of these witnesses who likes to start answering the question before it's done. And so she talks over the witness, or over the attorney, and there's like back and forth. And so the judge says, stop, slow down the pace, because the court reporter can't get everything if both people are talking. So we established it was signed on November 3rd of 2022, and it contains all pertinent information for the preceding 12 months. So this form, we don't have, like I said, this one, but I am going to, what the hell is all this stuff? I'm going to share with you a different one just so that you can see the document, because Joe kind of does the thing he does where we can't see the exhibit, so we don't know what he's talking about. He refers to like item number this, but we can't read the form, and so we don't know what the item number is, and that makes it a little bit confusing to follow. So I'm going to share with you a different one just for purposes of being able to see kind of what they are referring to, because we do ultimately throughout this cross start working systematically through all of these income and expense declarations, which, by the way, I really like as a strategy, because these things are so incoherent, like between each other. I don't know how you reconcile some of these things. It's just, they're like constantly changing. It's a big fucking mess. And so there's a lot of things that really need to be explained in here. This is an example of like speaking to obfuscate, talking about sometimes they're speaking to explain and they're speaking to obfuscate. Alice's income and expense declarations are speaking to obfuscate. They are not here to clarify. They are here to make things more confusing. So we start with this one signed on November 3rd of 2022. I'm showing you the one here that was filed in February, like just right before trial, February of 2026. So item number 1, right? It's got employment listed. At the time in 2022, she listed self-employed actress. We then go down to item number 7. Item number 7 here is income from self-employment. Back in 2022, she stated she had been in entertainment for 25 years intermittently, and she attached a statement to her declaration that identified 4 sources of income besides support for January to November of 2022. It identified U.S. residuals, foreign residuals, Cameo, and GoFundMe. It showed income of $13,839 in 10 months. We got Jack. We're starting to do the costume, you know, stuff again. The jacket's back off now. The manky tank is back out. Playing with the shawl. First it's a scarf, then it's a shawl. This is all going on now. So Joe now asks some math questions. I'm going to go ahead and take this off the screen just until we have something else to talk about. You know, item number wise. So her gross income from self-employment for January 2022 to November of 2022 was approximately $1,383 a month. Janina objects and misstates the document. Joe like restates it. Now, well, I'm not good at math. See, she's helpless. She needs other people to do math for her as well. And so they argue about the math, and the judge finally steps in. You agree? You agree that we're talking about $13,000 divided by 10? That's the math here. Oh, yes, yes. Now she understands that's the math. She received on the statement, apparently, an average of $4,600 a month in crowdfunding / GoFundMe. That's listed on line 5L. So let's take a look at line 5L here. This is what it is. It's other income. Back in 2022, she put $4,600 a month in crowdfunding or GoFundMe. Okay. We're going to have to take a look at this now because this is her GoFundMe. And over the life of the entire GoFundMe, she's raised $18,861. So I don't know how many months. That's not a lot of months. It's definitely not 10 months. You didn't get 10 months averaging at $4,600 a month, because that would be $46,000, and that's about 3 times more than your entire fundraiser has raised, including the like 10,000 you got for the move in 2025. So I don't know how this math is mathing. Already I got some questions. I'm going to go back to the financial statement, but I will take it off the screen until we got other item numbers. I don't know, $4,600 a month in GoFundMe. I don't know how you come up with that. But she estimates, thinks she divided by 12 the total income for the 10-month period that was covered in the declaration, and that's how she came up with that number. None of this makes sense to me, because the total number was $13,000 $839 in 10 months. That was the total. There's like no way that breaks down into $4,600 for 12 months. Like, I don't understand this at all. There's an attachment to this particular document that includes a screenshot of the Cameo app that keeps track of her earnings, and the app is linked directly to her City National Bank account for the payments. And that screenshot shows $2,200 in the first 10 months of 2022 from Cameo. Is that correct? Alice says there's no date on this screenshot. Alice, it's your own fucking screenshot that you submitted in support of your own declaration. Would you like to impeach your own exhibit now? Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. There's no date on this. You prepared the fucking document. It's kind of on you. Like, the screenshots are in your possession. It's kind of on you to take care of that on the front end. Joe points out, you put it in the document to support your number of $2,209.75 that you received from Cameo. Oh, yes. You're not saying you earned more than $2,200 for that period. Oh, I doubt it. I doubt it. So the statement probably accurately portrays it. Yeah. Backed her into the corner because she couldn't deny her own fucking exhibit. Finally, like, realized, I guess, that wasn't going to be good to go in and impeach your own filing. She says she takes a screenshot whenever she checks the Cameo. So, so you should have a whole stash. You can go through and check. It's kind of what it sounds like. Did you produce those, by the way? Did you produce those? Curious minds want to know. The judge interjects at the point because he wants to know what Cameo is. He doesn't know what Cameo is. So Alice goes into her teacher mode. Oh, let me explain, Your Honor. It's like conventions where this just does it on an app where fans want to meet you or talk to you, and they can, on this app, they can ask for video shout outs and things like that. They make the request on the app, and then I have so many days to fulfill the request. And the judge says, so it's like personal appearances without going outside the house. Exactly, Your Honor. It's so fucking over the top. It's like just one of the most obnoxious things I've seen. Can you be fucking normal and just answer the question about what Cameo is and what works? Nobody's asking for you to sell it. Okay. This is not a job interview. You're not pitching your ability to sell Cameo. But she's like sucking up to the judge so badly that I think, if it's me, it's definitely going to boomerang. Like, this is counterintuitive for you to be so excessively ass kissy because it's annoying as hell. So I don't know how the judge is taking it, but that is certainly how I would take it. Royalties. She had previously estimated a low of $2,500 and a high of $4,900 per year between 2021 and 2024. The judge interjects at this point. Royalties mean something other than residuals entirely. They mean something completely different. So please start over. Joe continues. Nevertheless, royalties, they range from $2,500 to $4,900 per year for 2021 to 2024. He's just like kind of re-asked the same question. Alice, well, since I'm under oath, I'd like to see something on paper because I don't remember and I just want to be definitive. And it's under oath now, right? Very important, very important. She wants to impress on us the importance of this being under oath, as if we didn't know that and didn't already take our own integrity seriously. Just to be clear. So she wants to see something because she doesn't remember. So Joe says, well, would your deposition testimony refresh you? Yes, it would. So we look at her deposition. She's asked in the past 4 years, was there, what is the range of amounts that you received in total royalties worldwide? The answer is the lowest is in about the $2,500 a year range. The highest was in the $4,900 a year range. And Alice says, well, that doesn't refresh me, but I see that I said that. So You were pulling stuff out of your ass then. You're pulling it out of your ass now. You can't keep track of any of it because it's all fucking made up. But you'll acknowledge you said that. Very big of you. Very big of you, Alice. Her U.S. residuals are deposited to C and B. Her foreign residuals are deposited into the C-HOR account. Now, remember what I said about wanting to have it both ways, right? Here's another example of wanting to have it both ways, because foreign residuals, Alice did all of her foreign films before marriage. So under a conventional kind of scenario, if there's no prenup, that's all her separate property, and her residuals are like derivative from that pre-employment work, so they are still her separate property. If you worked on a job during the marriage, but you get royalties after, because the royalties are attributed to the work they did during the marriage, those royalties that you receive after are still community property, or there's at least, like, you know, there's still a claim to it arising from that. So Alice's foreign residuals are technically all of her separate property. She put them all into the C-HOR account. This is starting to look a lot like Alice was treating the C-HOR account, much like Ioan was treating the Derwent-Deg Loan-Out Corporation, which is basically, it was there to cover all of the premarital separate property stuff. And so she doesn't want that standard to be applied to Ioan, that she wants to be applied, you know, to her. My residuals are my residuals, regardless of when they were earned. But Ioan's are mine, you know, whenever they were earned as well. She wants, you know, all of his property that he earned during the marriage, whether, you know, it's a separate residual or not. But she wants to keep her own separate residuals separate. At the time of the deposition, she said she is still receiving royalties from acting jobs that she received during the marriage. The judge interjects again. Now he has questions. Do you receive royalties for use of your name, character, face, or likeness used on products, things like t-shirts, action figures, so forth? No. Judge explains that's a royalty. Residuals are payments for completed acting jobs. Alice agrees. Yes, this is correct. And the judge says this is quite confusing when you use the terms interchangeably. They mean very different things. He said this multiple times now. Joe says, I know that there's a difference. The judge says there's different line items on the income statement for them, you know, different tax treatment. Alice's explanation is sometimes Brits say royalties instead of residuals. It's a Brit thing. That's her excuse. The judge says, and where are we? Are we in Britain, Alice? She like starts to kind of answer the question, or like think about the question, and the judge has to tell her, this is facetious. I'm being facetious. I know where we are. My point is, you're not in Britain. These things are different. It's confusing when we use these words interchangeably. So Joe says, I can clear up the record, Your Honor. Your estimate of royalties that you gave in the deposition, when you said that, you really meant residuals. Isn't that correct? Yes. Yes, she meant residuals. So every time she said royalties, we can just assume she meant residuals, because she doesn't actually receive royalties. She is still receiving residuals in December of 2024 for acting jobs that she did during the marriage. I wonder if she treats those as separate or community. Gotta wonder. Within the 12 months before this income and expense declaration, we're still on the 2022 one, remember, after Ioan and Bianca became public with their relationship back in October of 2021, she took advantage of some job options that she received during that time. What job options? Well, she was paid $35,000 by the Daily Mail. She did the Lorraine show that paid $4,000 to $5,000, and then the Kyle and Jackie O show paid her $2,000. So now we turn back to Exhibit 43, the income and expense declaration, and Joe asks, where was that $42,000 reflected in this declaration? On what line will I find that? Alice, what line? I don't see him. And Joe's like, well, it's not on line 5, is it? We remember line 5. Line 5 is income. Line 5 is income. It's not on there. Not on line 7. Line 7 is self-employment income. Remember, it's not apparently on either of those. Joe says, well, maybe it's on your profit and loss, because apparently she filed with this first income and expense declaration. She filed Schedule C's for business. So Schedule C is the IRS tax form, the profit and loss statement for a business. And so back in 2022, apparently, or 2021, these things were still being prepared. So there's a profit and loss that is for a business selling handbags, and Joe's showing her that, and Alice says, I've never seen this before, and Joe says, you filed this. Helpless Alice hasn't even seen the own shit that she filed that presumably also went to the IRS relating to her own business, that I gotta wonder at this point whether she did any of it at all. But she apparently had 3 profit and losses that she submitted with this declaration that were for jewelry and handbags, that business, appearances as a business, and writings as a business. So writings refers to the Daily Mail, and she says she did 1 piece for them, and Joe's like, you're saying you got $35,000 for 1 piece? And she says yes, and it hasn't happened since. Fucking audacity. $35,000 for 1 piece. Literally nobody buys that. Literally nobody buys that. Everybody who's been paying attention knows that it's because you allow them to publish photographs of your underage daughters out in public, because they have to have your consent to do that in the UK. And you charged them for it, didn't you? Everybody on the planet knows what's going on with that. The appearances relate to the Lorraine and Jackie O shows. So what it sounds like, again, this is confusing because of kind of how Joe questions about the exhibits that we can't see. It seems like this information, this income, 42,000 total, it's reflected on her schedules that she attached, but she didn't actually enter them on any of the lines where you're supposed to put your income on the income and expense declarations. So remember what I said about talking to obfuscate her financial income? It's not meant to be clear. Okay, you're meant to have to go through all of the pages and parse it all and try to figure out what she meant when she put whatever number on each line. We go back to, let me see, I think this is also on, no, these are different, sorry, these are different statements, I think. So first, she's asked about, oh wait, no, I think I do see it. Hang on. No, I guess we're looking at a different document now. He's referring her to page 1G, subsection G. I don't know what that is referring to because it's not on this particular form. Wait, yeah, it is. Hang on. Okay, 1G. All right. Yes. I knew I was missing something. So let's go ahead and look at this again. Line 1G is dealing with the employment status. And so 1G, I work about how many hours per week? She put work hours vary. And then 1H, I get paid blank gross before taxes. She wrote, pay as actress varied. So in other words, fuck off. It's whatever I say it is. Not going to be pinned down on a number. It depends. She couldn't recall at the time of her deposition why she said that it varies, but her interpretation now on the stand is that those jobs, they aren't 9 to 5 jobs, and so they take up different times. And she acknowledges, however, she did not work as an actress on set in 2022. And Joe says, but you did spend on average 4 hours a day on social media. And Alice says, that's not what I said. So we turn to her deposition. Joe wants to impeach her with part of her deposition because she says she didn't say it. Alice is now looking alarmed. She's looking over at Janina. She's, oh, what's happening? Janina says it's not impeachment. It's consistent with what she said. And so the judge is like reading it over, and he says, I'll let you read it. Not sure what weight it gets. So we read it. And basically with this conversation is that she doesn't know how much time she spends on social media a day. It varies massively day to day. 10 hours, that would be a bit extreme. 5, maybe. But that's misleading. You know, these are hard questions to answer because you can do it while you're doing other things like you're cooking, and you can answer messages and things like that. Maybe 4 hours, maybe 4 hours. Is that a fair statement? Yeah, maybe 4. So that's what she said in the deposition. Item 2, page 1. Let's pull it back up. Item 2, page 1, education. She declares having a 4-year college degree, a BA in French Italian language. She received it from University College of London in 1991. She is fluent in French, Italian, English. She speaks Spanish, but her reading and writing are not as fluent. She has not pursued employment using her foreign language abilities. Alice testifies today. She previously submitted a financial declaration where she claimed that she was receiving income, or like basically working as a foreign language tutor. So seems to be an inconsistency there that might be worth following up on, but we will have to see. Item 11A. Let's go look at what 11A is. 11A is assets. Cash and checking accounts, savings, credit union, money market, and other deposit accounts. This item, the total account balances she declared in November of 2022, it says $12,000. That's what she wrote. And Alice is like, well, I think isn't that what you put down for your account balances? Well, but I think it says assets, and I'm not really sure what an asset is. Poor helpless Alice. Filed this whole document and doesn't know what an asset is, and apparently didn't ask any of her lawyers. What is the meaning of this thing that I'm attesting to under oath? She doesn't know what an asset is. The judge tells her, stop, listen to the question. Just listen to the question. Yes, that was a total balance to my knowledge. To my knowledge. I caught that, Alice. I caught your little qualifying little tell there, because we know it was not actually $12,000. And in fact, Joe points out, you actually had 18,560 pounds sterling in the C-HOR account at that point. Isn't that true? I'm not sure. Oh, well, then let's mark and admit Exhibit 48, which is all of the account statements for the C-HOR account that she provided in discovery. And gosh, if we go over here to pages 22 and 23 that show November of 2022, it shows 18,565 pounds sterling on the date that she signed and filed this thing. So let's go back now to the income and expense declaration. Where is the C-HOR balance reflected on this declaration? I've given Joe a little bit of a hard time and I will continue to do so. It's, you know, just going to call things how I see it. But I do like how he's doing this. He knows it's not there, but you can't just say it's not there. So he asks her to find where it is. And then she gets all like, you know, flustered and can't because it's not there because you fucking lied about it. And we all know, and that's the point of asking you these questions in the first place. So I very much like how Joe is handling this. But we agree, it's not listed on 11A on the form where that type of thing, assets, cash assets are supposed to be listed. Item 13. What's item 13? Average monthly expenses. So on item 13, let me see, where am I? She had put down the monthly mortgage payment of $36.80. I'm assuming she put that down as, you know, subsection 1 for mortgage. And Alice says she doesn't know if that's actually, you know, what the mortgage was. She doesn't know if that's true, if that's the right amount. And once again, Joe points out, but you said that in your own declaration. Yeah, there it is. She's just not sure how she was like able to figure that out or whatever. Yeah, 38, what did we just say? 36.50, 38.50, 36.80. 36.80 was the mortgage that they couldn't afford. So she moves into a $6,500 a month apartment. You guys got that? You got the logic? Got that sorted? Hence the catastrophic financial situation, $138,000 and more later. $13C. I should just leave it up, but it kind of annoys me when I can see it out of the corner of my eye. 13C, childcare. Childcare expenses. Back in 2022, she put down $4,000 a month, and that was the estimate for the nanny. She says she was paying all of her own expenses at this time. So November of 2022, pretty sure we already established from her testimony, like literally just minutes ago, that Ioan paid Gloria through February of 2023. Was that right? Or did I get that wrong? Was it 2022? I think actually, yeah, it was 2022. So for 2023, at this point, she's paying, no, wait, we're in 2022. November 2022. So she's paid Gloria at this point since February. That's what I think the situation is. Joe starts asking if she was keeping track. You know, you weren't keeping track of your expenses. This gets objected to as ambiguous multiple times, and it's sustained, and he keeps asking the same question about keeping track of the expenses, and he can't like move off of this. It's unclear to me if like he doesn't understand what is vague and ambiguous, or if he just can't figure out another way to ask this question. Did you document these expenses? Did you keep an account of them? Did you write them down? Like there are other ways to say keeping track of things, but he just basically didn't really pursue that further. But we did establish, he asked if Wayne Mejia was keeping track of the expenses in 2022, and Alice says, I don't know when he stopped. I don't remember, that was Ioan's testimony about Wayne, so I don't remember when Wayne stopped either. But I thought it was shortly after the separation. We go back to her deposition. We identify the lines he wants to read, but the judge says this isn't enough context. Like you need to refigure out the part of the deposition you want to read. It's now lunchtime, so just figure it out and come back at 1:30 and set it up for them. So we take our lunch break. Nice, long, leisurely lunch. I still enjoy it so much after Delphi. Like being able to eat it all, you know, is quite a treat. But You get to eat, you get to walk, you get to sit back and check your email and all that stuff. So yeah, I had a nice crab fried rice. It's quite good, like real crab, not K-rab, like real crab. It was delicious, but a little bit salty. So that is why I'm kind of drinking a little more water right now. When we came back from lunch, I noticed, I don't know how, I didn't notice this before. I'm assuming now that this has been the case the entire trial and I just didn't see it. But I didn't notice before that Ioan has a journal. He's got like a book, a journal that he holds in his lap and takes notes in. And I realized all this time that I've been watching Ioan in this trial, and he's had his head down and he just looks, you know, kind of like beaten and defeated and stuff like that. He may have just been freaking taking notes. Felt like such an idiot. But I never saw it. It's you know, I'm kind of behind him for the most part, because that's my best view of the witness stand. And so I can't really, you know, see into his lap. But I just, you know, saw on this occasion, oh, he's got this journal, like I saw, you know, part of it, the spine of it. And then I saw him writing in it and stuff, and I realized, oh my God, maybe he's just been taking notes this whole time. I thought he was here in court, all like feeling broken and dejected and stuff, and maybe that's not it at all. He's just been keeping track of what's going on. So as the court had wanted, Joe gave an estimate for the time that he needs, and Joe says he estimates he needs the full 3 hours for this afternoon for just his 776. Plus, he's also got some cross-examination. So judge says, well, we'll go, and then I'll give you an accounting of your time when we get to the end. So that's where we're at. Okay. Gross time, guys, gross time, because Alice goes back to the stand, and you know how she wears her skirts like really low waisted. Heidi's laughing as I'm about to tell this part. Her skirt rides low, and so she's got her mangled like twisted panties sticking out the top of the back of her skirt. And she's walking up to the stand. It's just like one of the trashiest things ever. It threw me back to the whole like 90s whale tail thing that like Paris Hilton used to be into and stuff. It was, oh God help us. We're in court, woman. Pull up your freaking skirt, cover your underwear. What is the matter with you? We go back to this income and expense. We do not pick up again with the deposition, with the impeachment or whatever that the judges that had invited him set it up and then come back after lunch. We did not. We just go back to the income and expense statement. Now we're looking at 13D. 13D is groceries and household supplies. And in this one, she had written $2,500 a month. But she doesn't know what she was actually spending. She put in $1,500 a month for eating out. And there's an objection to relevance on this that's sustained. And it's because, look, you see this document, on the line 13, you have these different boxes you can check whether these are estimated expenses, actual expenses, or proposed needs. And she had indicated that these are estimated expenses. So basically the judge doesn't think that it's like fair to challenge her about whether these are actual costs, you know, whether that would be reflected in her bank accounts or whatever, because these were meant to be estimates. 13R, the total expenses, asked, does that amount reflect assumptions? She said, oh, probably. She was making assumptions based on the way that they used to live pre-filing and pre-pandemic, and asked did she remember saying she didn't have a clue what she was actually spending during the marriage because she had a business manager. She says yes, she had no clue what they were spending during the marriage. It didn't matter. She didn't need to know. We now mark Exhibit 42. This is a preliminary declaration and disclosure. Once again, this seems to be from back in 2022, but we have not seen this document before. It did not seemingly get filed. Asked, what is this? Alice is like mumbling. I don't know. What is it? What does it say? What page? Where do I? So Janina tells her, just take a minute to read the document and then answer the question. And the judge is like, it's on page 1. Where you have the title of the thing at the very beginning, it's there. Not hard to find. Again, she signed this one on or about November of 2022. She also filed a schedule of assets, or signed a schedule of assets and debts on the same day. So 42 comes into evidence, but we have never seen it before, aren't seeing it in the court, just know what is being told to us about it. The schedule of assets and debts is 4 pages. Asked if it's fair that there's a lot she didn't know about her assets and debts at the time. This is objected to as argumentative and sustained. That to me seems unfair. He's asking if it's a fair question. She can say, no, it's not a fair question. But what was her information base for providing these disclosures? It is perfectly legitimate, as a subject of questioning. But I don't know, something about how he phrased it, the judge didn't like. There's a lot of unknowns on the schedule, is apparently what Joe is referring to. A lot of unknowns as entries. And she agrees that when she put unknown on the schedule, that meant those were things that she didn't know. So I guess that's why it's argumentative, because there's unknowns like all over this fucking document. First item, the house sold for $2 million we established in spring of 2023. This is what we've already been talking about today. The proceeds went $110,000 to Alice, $90,000 went to the attorneys, and then $28,000 of the attorney fee was sent back to her. Do we have, I'm just going to check real quick. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to see if we've got a schedule of assets and debts, or if they've only just been lodged. Yeah, we don't actually have this document to be able to look at and see what these numbers are referring to. So one's probably like real estate. So we just are on the same page about that. 2, household items. Asked if some of the household items were moved to her new apartment after the house was sold. Alice says just a sofa, as I recall. Again with the qualification. Little point of conflict. Remember, Ioan said she took it all. He left with the clothes on his back. He came back and got some of his personal clothing, and everything else he left in the house. And yet Alice is claiming she only took a sofa to the new residence. So what was the disposition of the rest of the household items is the million-dollar question. Joe asks, isn't it true that you took everything you could and stashed it in your apartment? Alice says, if I said that, I was talking about clothes and trinkets. I was referring to the manner in which we had to leave the house, which was quite hasty. Okay, bitch. Big star in the column on this one. You were referring to the manner in which you had to leave the house, which was quite hasty. Quite hasty. Okay, she had at least a couple years notice that they were going to sell the house. She brought it up first in the texts that were admitted as part of the DVRO, the original DVRO application. There was an order, litigation over the house being sold. There was an order directing that it be sold, how it was going to be listed, et cetera, all of this stuff. The house was then sold, and the house is sold subject to a 30-day leaseback period for Alice, so that she doesn't have to get the fuck out of the house as soon as the sale closes. She gets an extra month there. So she has abundant, quite a bit more time than most people get to get out of their house once they sell it. But her explanation for saying that she took everything she could and stashed it in the apartment is just the hasty retreat they had to beat from the West Hollywood house. She says that they gave some items away to friends and family, and specifically of Gloria. At this point, judge asks, is it not true that the furnishings were divided in kind and that is agreed on? And Joe says, well, it has not been divided in kind yet. And so what he seems to be saying is that they've agreed on a division of property, but the property has not actually been divided, in which case it should be a pretty straightforward thing to identify in the agreement what Ioan is supposed to get. And now we can ask, like, does Alice still have that? When is she going to give it? Whatever, like details about that. But the whole status of the household furnishings, it's still a bit confusing. I'm not getting an awful lot of clarity from these questions. And so Alice disputes the characterization that it's not true that most of the things in the house were given away to friends and family of Gloria. It's true that some were. She doesn't like the word most. She's gonna get into nitpicky wordsmithy Alice. I don't like you saying most. So we go back to her deposition. Because now Alice, she knows she's being impeached, so now she's starting to have a little diary of the mouth. She's starting to be a little over-explanatory, and so she pipes up and adds new things. And so when you say mostly, well, I can't quantify what that means. And we had a day where people came and took stuff that we wouldn't be able to. And Joe says, mostly was your word in the deposition, wasn't it? She wants to nitpick mostly, even though that's what she said in the first instance. And Alice says, well, I would probably give a slightly different answer now, because the word might mean something different then. I might have meant something different then when I said it versus now. So literally admitting, Alice, that words mean whatever the fuck you want them to mean in the moment in your mind. They have no permanence. I don't want to say object permanence because words aren't really objects, but no permanence to words. They just, their meanings are elastic depending on when you use them. You can just say, you can just say why you said it then and why you said it now. This is a bizarre explanation. The words might mean different things at different times. Like literally, that's the explanation. Why even have a prenup? Because who knows what those words mean in 2026? Why even have it? They mean something totally different in 2007. It's fucking wild. What kind of mindset is this? I didn't want to say object permanence because it's words, but the reason why that concept is, first and foremost in my mind is because that is kind of what we're talking about, right? We're talking about continuity and things being stable over time. And lack of object permanence is a huge cluster B issue. Like this is one of the issues when you got a cluster B problem. Lack of object permanence. Couldn't help but notice that seems to be fairly equivalent. Big WTF in my margin. What the fuck are you saying? The words might mean something different, so you would change your answer. The judge interjects again. Are we having a trial over this issue? Because if we are, then I am we're stopping this. I am ordering mandatory arbitration. Let's move on to something of substance. Apparently, when it comes to property division, it's subject to mandatory arbitration in California, or maybe just in this court. I don't know if it's a local rule, but like the judge doesn't want to hear about the household items. Now I'm starting to get a little irritated with the judge because we heard a fuck ton of irrelevant shit from Alice for the entire morning. Okay, her whole intentions for the prenup, regardless of what they say, they aren't relevant to anything at all, and you let that run on and on and on. But then when it comes to, she makes claims about property that appear to be inconsistent over time because the words, according to her, don't mean the same thing over time. This is fucking credibility. This is impeachment. This goes to whether this witness is believable or not. And that's always at issue when somebody's testifying on the stand. A witness's credibility is always at issue in a case. So I'm getting annoyed with the judge now. Like, I get it. You don't care about the particular nuances of the household goods, but you are giving credit to Alice for a lot of like big picture stuff that you're not giving the same credit to Ioan for. She's getting to go down all these roads for things that may or may not ultimately end up being relevant at all. But when it comes to Ioan, you're cutting them off at the path. This isn't an issue. Well, Alice's intention for what the prenup should have said isn't at issue either. But you let her run the fuck on with that. So I'm not really loving how the judge is handling this today. Miscellaneous jewelry is, I guess, on this form that we can't see. She refers to Cartier watches that were pawned, as well as a couple of rings. Alice says, this was before I pawned them, wasn't it? What date is this? What date is this document? She says she sold the watch and another ring to pay rent in December of 2025. That was like just months ago. Just months ago, you paid these things. You sold these things to pay rent. Sure, there's proof of that. She says she pawned them, but then she didn't make the repayment in time, so they were sold. So I'm still very confused about what happened when, vis-a-vis, which watches, which jewelry items, whatever. Item 4 is the car that she has been driving since the separation. Item 5 is the checking accounts. She identifies as City National Bank whore, and Halifax is another account. She has attached copies of those to this document, like I think statements. And then another item on this form, she was not aware of the existence of any investment accounts. She did not have any investment accounts in 2022. This is hearkening back again to the confusion over the C-Horror account, because what we were told by her forensic accountant is that the reason she didn't disclose the C-Horror account before the prenup is because the C-Horror account was an investment account that had both a cash portion and a holdings portion. And so her disclosure only included the cash portion of the account, the holdings portion. So the value of the holdings, the stocks, whatever, the investments were, that value was left out of her disclosure in the prenup. Those are investments. So what happened to those? Still very unclear to me, very unclear. What happened to these investments? But she says she didn't have any investment accounts in 2022. She didn't have any credit card balances. As of her December 19th, 2024 deposition, she owed about $1,000 in credit cards. So that has been a change of circumstances. All right, now we move on to Exhibit 44, which is her income and expense declaration from August 9th of 2023. And this one, I believe we may have. Yes, we do. So let's share this one, because then we can actually look at an exhibit together for once. Income and expense declaration, see up at the right-hand corner, August 9th, 2023. So this is this one. We start with item number 1. Here, she states she's unemployed. Now compare that to November of 2022. We are now 9 months later. Now she says she's unemployed. Before she had said self-employed actress. All the rest of the items, once again in section 1, she leaves this blank. Item number 5, there are zeros in all of the categories except other, which is the royalty payments. Again, the word that she uses, where she puts $800 a month in royalty payments. Okay, got to do some quick math again here. Let me just, because I'm not very good at math in my head. I had to pull up the little calculator. $800 a month in royalty payments. We know she means residuals. That would be $9,600 a year. She has already said her residuals, the highest was like 4,500 or 4,900, whichever number she used. It's nowhere near 9,600. So once again, these numbers are just sort of appearing out of nowhere, and they're inconsistent, not clear what they're based on, not clear what she's relying on to make any of these statements. Items 6 and 7, all zeros. Let's get back on this document. 6 and 7 are all zeros, yes. So investment income and self-employment income, none of that declared in August of 2023. She did not attach any profit or losses or Schedule C's, and Al says, well, this was with a different lawyer. So now it's the lawyer's fault, of course, silly me. Silly me, it's the lawyer's fault. She didn't attach a screenshot of the cameos like she did the first time. Alice, I can't say if I did cameos that year, because there was a while I didn't do them because I didn't feel emotionally fit to do them. So but it's very possible I did. Another one of these like rambling all over kinds of answers. So did you or didn't you? You're not willing to say. You just want to throw out a bunch of fucking words to try to deflect from you're being asked about the changes between the first time you filed one of these statements and the second time, and you don't like that. So you're trying to distract us with a bunch of word salad. She apparently, at some point, documented that she did 88 cameos in the last few years. And she says that sounds believable. She attached residual payments to this exhibit. It says, did she? Okay, here it is. Yes, she did. So here's her attachment, and it shows 2647. This was a payment, I guess, made June of 2023. So $20, $26, $11, $22. These are the things that she attached. $369. So that adds up to what? 369 plus 22, 391, 393, we'll call it 390, 400, 426. That's what she can document for payment mail date June of 2023, payment mail date May of 2023, payment mail date June of 2023, payment mail date June of 2023. This is what is substantiating her $800 a month. It's not even $800 for this 1 month that she's actually substantiated. My challenge here is I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be making of this, other than just the fact that it's chaotic. It's chaotic, it's all over the place, it's not sensible, it doesn't reconcile with anything, It's very unclear. I get that loud and clear. This seems to go to the credibility of anything really Alice has to say about money. But I'm not sure if there's something I'm missing as far as like the point of why we're going through this. For me, that would very much be the point. That's like why I'm doing this. I don't care about the numbers themselves. I care about the discrepancies between the numbers. That's the issue. That's what I want the judge to know about on cross-exam, is the fact that you change these things, and one year you're self-employed and the next year you're not, and you know, things are all over with how you characterize stuff, and you leave out your bank accounts. And I'm definitely getting some of this. Like, I understand all her income from, you know, Daily Mail and her interviews and whatever doesn't get declared on the declaration. I understand that the Seahor bank account isn't getting declared on the declaration. These things I understand real loud and clear. But I'm not quite sure if there's a point to this comparison that is like deeper than just don't rely on Alice for anything she says about money, because it's not reliable. In okay, we're looking at it. Item 11. $11A, the cash balance is $48,559. What did that consist of, Alice? Well, I would assume she would assume it included the CNB, the Hoare and Halifax account that she's had for 30 years. The balance of that has never changed from like 2,000 pounds. So she would assume. You don't know what it was when you signed this thing. But isn't it true? You had $41,953 in your CNB account. Alice, you'll have to show me. Okay, don't mind if I do. So let's go to Exhibit 47, bank statements. $10,800 deposits were made in August of 2023. She identifies 47, this exhibit, as account statements from CNB. Were they produced during discovery? Oh, I think you subpoenaed them. Did you not provide these? Well, maybe my lawyers did. She doesn't know if she should provide them or not, because on the one hand, if she did provide them, then she's authenticating them to be used against her. But if she didn't provide them, then it looks really bad for discovery purposes. So she doesn't know what the right answer is. So she's tripping all over herself, like trying to figure out, you know, how to answer and how to qualify it appropriately, and maybe, you know, blame shift and all that. I just remember you subpoenaed them, but maybe the lawyers, but ultimately she admits, yes, they are her statements. Joe admits them in their entirety. He wants them all in. They all go in. All of her bank statements are admitted into evidence. So now she takes her jacket off. Things getting a little warm for you, Alice? Getting a little warm now. You got to get back down to that tank, that nasty little thin-ass tank in the courtroom. So we go back to the statement. It shows $10,800 in deposits in August of 2023. The Seahor account balance at this point in time was 13,309 pounds sterling as of August 2nd of 2023. And that is according to another exhibit. And so is that included in your 1A or not? From the exhibit 44, the 48,559, because 41,593 of that is what was in the CNB account at the time. The Halifax account is 2,000 pounds sterling. So, Alice, where's the Hoare account balance listed in the declaration? Alice, are you saying it's a miscalculation? Joe, I'm not saying anything. I am asking you to explain the numbers that you put on this document. Also, it's included in the total amount, but it looks like there's a small error of a few $1,000s. I may have spent some of the $41,583 that was left after the house sale, and the $10,800 was payment for a convention that I did in Georgia. Big ass word salad to get over the major math problem here, which is that she had 13,000 pounds sterling in the bank. That's $18,000. The math don't math with her calculation of the balance. So she doesn't have an explanation for that, is kind of really the bottom line. The judge listening to this now, the judge is like annoyed with everybody. The judge is so done with all of this. He hates me for being in court and like asking for exhibits. He hates them for being in trial. Right now, he hates Alice for this fucking dumbassery. He's rubbing his forehead like this, like he's got a migraine coming on. This did not explain anything. But Alice is back down to the manky tank now, so maybe that makes everything better. Now, in this document, now let's go to we're turning now to the proposed needs. Now in her section 13, she's doing with proposed needs, and she's now brought it down to $17,000 a month because in the 2022 estimate, which we haven't seen, her estimated expenses were $36,000 a month. That's how much Alice needed in November of 2022. Kind of wild, huh? So why were her proposed needs down? Just 9 months later, and we're now like half as much. Alice, well, I guess I'm getting used to living in relative poverty and not, worrying about paying rent and so forth. Relative poverty, guys, relative poverty at $17,650 a month that she says she needs. Relative poverty at the $38,000 that she got just handed to her in 2023, along with her other sources of income that she had. That's the relative poverty that we're supposed to feel so sorry for her about. But so that's her adjustment. She's getting used to living in relative poverty. Poor little queen. Oh, the being dethroned must just be, she must be so indignant about that. The $6,500 month rent is for the Beverly Hills apartment. Yeah, that's gone up. It was 30, whatever we said, $38.60 was the mortgage, and now she's paying almost twice as much to rent an apartment in Beverly Hills. Isn't it true she paid $52,000 in advance? Alice, I feel like it was maybe more like 38, but it could be 52. So Joe walks her through. You paid 6 months in advance, and you paid about 2 months of a security deposit. And so you do the math, and that's roughly $52,000. She is still paying the nanny at this point, right? Childcare is there on line C. That's the $3,600 a month. But she's unemployed at the time. And Alice says, but that's clearly incorrect because I worked that month. But I don't know what my lawyers put down. Yeah, Alice just realized, yeah, because you put down unemployed. You put down unemployed. See here on number 1 on your form, 1A, unemployed. But now you're saying you worked that month, so that's not right. But now you're saying it's your lawyer's fault again. Now it's the lawyer's fault. I don't know what the lawyer put down before I signed it. Starting to not really care what Alice signed or what she thinks about what she signed. I don't care. If you couldn't read it, if you couldn't bother to read it, and that's your best excuse. Number one, it's just that's so fucking boring. What a boring ass lame excuse for This whole situation, just you didn't read it. Like that's really, you couldn't make it a little bit more exciting, interesting than that. It's really fucking vanilla and really lame. But she's just gonna blame other people anyway. It's just ridiculous. Item 13D, groceries and household supplies. Is it true that she is not actually spending $2,500 a month in groceries at this time? This is objected to on relevance grounds. It's sustained. The judge says the document speaks for itself. It addresses proposed needs. So actual expenses is a box that can be checked. She didn't check that box, so she's not representing that that's what she actually spent. She's just saying that's what she needs. She needs $2,500 a month for groceries. We don't know what any of this is based on. We don't know what she actually spends for groceries. So I don't know. I don't know what or how or if this matters, but this is what we're talking about. So Joe says, I asked her about her actual expenditures in the deposition. And the judge now he's getting kind of snippy with Joe. The judge is not happy with Joe. I kind of understand. I do. I'm rather frustrated with Joe myself. You know, definitely from time to time. I don't know why he keeps objecting to the stuff that's in his favor. There's just some issues with like the point and it not being real clear what the point is, why stuff is being talked about and so forth. So I mean, I understand the judge is getting frustrated. Nevertheless, he gets a little snippy. He's like, so this is trial. So this is trial. That was the deposition, and the deposition is discovery, and that's not evidence. And so why do you need to do this? Like, he knows that, Judge. You're just kind of being a dick now. Like, yes, he knows the difference between those things. You could just ask him, what are you doing? What's the purpose of asking this question? Joe says it's relevant to the credibility of the witness. And the judge says, you're going through the 4320 factors when you do this. He seems to be saying, like, you're warning Joe, if you spend time on this, you're addressing the things that you don't want me to consider when I evaluate spousal support, because one of the factors is needs. So, like, you're going into stuff you say you don't want me to consider. But we just got that benefit of the doubt for Janina, that just because my own position is contrary to this, I don't know what you're going to rule on, so I have to present evidence on it anyway. Aren't we not in the same boat? But why are they not being treated equivalently? I don't know. In 2023, she doesn't know if she was actually paying $2,500 a month for groceries. She doesn't know if she was actually paying $3,000 a month in utilities. Utilities right here, that's what she proposed she needed. $3,000 a month for utilities. Are you running a fucking data center in your apartment? Like, what even is that? This is, where are we now? What did we just say? August 2023. She's been single for 2.5 years now, okay? Ioan left her in early 2021. Now, they spent a year babying her and taking care of everything for her. So it's been 1.5 years since the apron strings have been cut and she's out on her own. So she's had plenty of time to figure out, what does an electric bill cost? What does a phone bill cost? And I have a real hard time imagining any universe where $3,000 a month in utilities is a realistic estimate for 99.99% of all residences. Like, where do you come up with that? $3,000 a month is what you think you need for utilities? Well, that seems pretty implausible. So to the extent this goes to the 4320 factors, I don't think it fucking matters, because it tends to show how unrealistic and inflated her expectations and projections are. It's just showing us still more that Alice has no reliability when it comes to money. Exhibit 45 is her income and expense declaration from January 24th of 2024. We have this one too. Let's take a look. This one, we start at line 1. At line 1 now, she's still an unemployed actress, even though, remember, she said she had work back in August of 2023, but she still identifies herself as an unemployed actress. She agrees the last time she was on a film set was in 2016. Item number 4, estimated Ioan's income. She wrote down here 26,000 to 40,000 or more per month, acting jobs, royalties, appearances. She's asked, is this a mistake? She says, I'm not sure. Not sure if this is a mistake. Do you recall testifying in your deposition that you thought your attorney made a mistake here? I don't remember. Don't remember. I'm not saying I didn't say that. I'm just saying I don't remember. So overinflating his ability to pay, continuing to be unreliable about any of this stuff. Item number 5A. Average monthly salary of $419 a month. Now we're back in just, employment, regular employment income, $419. She's asked, which jobs produced the average of $419 a month that's listed here? She doesn't know. Might be residuals. Doesn't know. Who knows? Item number 7 also has other income from self-employment, specified as actress, type of business acting, $1,200 a month. Which jobs are these relating to? Alice, what? This must have been, what year are we talking about? 2023? Yeah. I don't know. I think that meant residuals when he wrote that. I can't say for sure. You just said the other line was residuals. I'm understanding Joe's question about, so there's a lot you don't know about any of this, huh? Because she doesn't know fucking anything. She's got zero answers for any of this stuff. Can't say for sure what these numbers are based on. Why? In part because you haven't filed your taxes for like 4 years or so, something like that. You might want to look into that. Produce any of those W-2s and stuff. See, these are the things I would like to know, but I'm not getting answers to those questions. 11A, the account balances. We're at $14,000 now for cash. That's all worldwide. Her proposed needs, again, decreased to $15,310 now. Look how used she's getting so accustomed to poverty. Look at her. At this point, she says the eviction threat was a reality check. She was realistic before when she was faced with the harsh reality of being a single mom of 2 kids. She was suddenly faced with the harsh reality of being a single mom of 2 kids, because you understand Alice has been helpless for years, you see, and she never had to do anything. She didn't even have to raise her own fucking kids because they hired the nanny for her. And so it's a very harsh reality to be faced with, having to function in life. This is deeply challenging, and that explains why none of these numbers make any sense. Child support is written in on the schedule by the attorney, $10,000 a month, and that was actually combined child and spousal that she was receiving from Ioan. But that was only for December, didn't receive it before that. It was only for December. But we agree it continued for 5 months And she did actually receive that. So once again, poverty with $50,000 coming into your hand in a 6-month period. 13A, her rent still $6,500. 20, item 20. She writes this other income. My income fluctuates. I am an actress. Earn money in TV or movies plus royalties and appearances, but due to age and lack of recent work, it's hard finding jobs now. Due to age and lack of recent work. Now, again, isn't it true? Despite saying this, you've had no movies or TV shows since 2016. And that was at the end of the originals when Elsie was 3 years old. Appearances, by that she means conventions and cameo. And due to age and lack of recent work, she believes that age affects jobs very much based on gender in the acting profession. Also based on statistics, she believes. Did she hear? She did hear, she agrees, she did hear Mary Ellen's testimony about her efforts to find Alice work. Lynn Blank, what about Lynn Blank's testimony that she was working? Lynn Blank testified to that. Can you show me that? Joe says no. No, I can't show you that. You heard it or you didn't. It will be in the record. They will argue it at closing. The judge will take all of that into account. And then Ioan also testified about what he did to help her get work during the marriage. And also she stated publicly that we never said he would work and I would not. And Alice says, well, you'd have to show me where I said that. You'd have to show me publicly show me where I said publicly that we never said he would work and I would not. Okay, well, let's do that. Because also, by the way, you'd have to show me. So Joe starts going to get it. And Alice has to start explaining. So by the way, also, just so you know, what I say publicly might not be the truth. Just so you know, what I say publicly might not be the truth, because there's a difference between saying something publicly, Oh, and what? And what? Privately? Difference in lies. What I say publicly might not be the truth. So this seems to be a rather grievous admission, because it's not like we don't already all fucking know that. Okay, we already know that. There's been a whole smear campaign, a whole DVRO and stuff that's based in part on what you say publicly is not the truth, and everybody knows that. But just outright conceding like your defamation and stuff like this, probably not a real good idea. Probably not real helpful to your friends over there at the Daily Mail, who published all of the stuff you say publicly. And they publish that like it's fact, like it's true. You might mention to your good friend, Allison Bischoff, what you said here in court, that what you say might not actually be the truth, because that could really fuck her over if they got sued for publishing something that you said that wasn't true. So, as a friend, as your good friend, you might want to give her a little heads up about that. What are we even hearing at this point? What are we hearing? What is happening? Who says this? Who says, don't pay any attention to that tweet where I said something I don't want to have to acknowledge now, because just because I said it doesn't mean it's true. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know who says this. I don't know who thinks this. I'm baffled, guys. I'm really baffled. Janina at this point has got to be tearing her freaking hair out. Okay. This is, there was just like a clip going around social media not real long ago. And it was a deposition. Heidi was just telling me about it. it was in one of the Epstein cases, and the guy is being deposed, and or maybe it was congressional testimony. I don't even remember. And the lawyer leans over and is like, "You need to shut the fuck up right now, or I'm going to murder you." And all the lawyers, of course, read them like cheer. Yes, that's what a lawyer does. Janina is not doing this right now, and she fucking needs to. Okay, you need to like call time, ask for a recess, sit your client down, tell her she needs to shut the fuck up with the volunteered rambling explanations, because every time she does it, she says something insane. She says something absolutely like so jaw-dropping that you're like, what human being would say this? Okay, she needs to get this in line, but it's not going well so far. So she is directed to an Instagram post from September of 2021. It is marked as 126. Oh, but understand, this isn't a post, it's a comment. Remember that? Remember that whole thing that like was a thing but is not a thing, because it doesn't fucking matter what you call it. It is your public statement on social media. So you can feel free to contest the unimportant point. I shall take that as an admission of the one that does matter. I don't care if it's a post or a comment. You said it. And Joe, that's pretty much what Joe says. He's like, but you said these words. And she says, but I didn't say this was after the children. And once we did have the children, the hard reality of the two actors with children, that would have changed things. This gets stricken as non-responsive, this answer. Joe likes to strike lots of things that Alice says, and I just strategically, I don't really agree with that. I think striking testimony is something that you do very limited, and it's usually just going to be when there's something false. You know, you need to avoid confusion. You don't want a record where somebody has made a claim of fact that is incorrect, because if it's in the record, then the judge could rely on it, and the Court of Appeals would uphold the judge relying on it because it's there in the record. So if they say something false and it's objectionable and you want to strike it, strike it to keep your record clean. But when it's just this like babbling bullshit, this again, it's just like it works to your benefit. And I don't see strategically the reason for asking to strike it. But he did, and so it was. And so Joe says, does it refresh your recollection? You said, we never said he would work and I would not. She says, yes, I wrote it, but I'm not attesting to any meaning to those words. Okay, got that, guys? Just because she said words don't mean they mean anything at all. They may mean nothing at all. Just because she says them doesn't mean she is attesting to anything that they mean. Because remember, words can mean anything. It might depend on the year. It might just be Alice. I don't know. There's no language permanence. It's quite a peculiar state of affairs. But isn't it true this post also said that you had moved to the US with Ioan, your soulmate, and we managed to have 2 kids. So like she just said, I said this before, we had kids and stuff, but like you said in the post that you had kids. Like it's literally part of your post. I don't know, just bizarre. In discovery, isn't it true she stated she had no health condition that was preventing her from working? Alice says, I believe I tried to tell you about my fibromyalgia. So we go to the deposition. And in this deposition, she's asked, do you claim to have any health condition that limits your ability to engage in gainful employment? She says, I don't believe so. And Joe says, okay. And chronic long-term condition that I guess she's referenced, is that physical or mental? Janina objects to this, says because this doesn't say it affects her ability to work, so it invades her physician-client privilege, and so I'm going to tell her not to answer. So this I found rather interesting because, right, Janina brings this up on direct. For what purpose? To go to her ability to work. Complete reversal of position since the time of this deposition where she instructed her not to answer. Her agent, she agrees, she corroborates, is Joe Vance. Remember how, like, oh, I was so thrown for a loop because of this 2021 message with Mary Ellen and Ioan where they told him to, you know, take me off listings or whatever. Joe brought her jobs in 2023 and 2024. Okay, so I don't know how, like, thrown for a loop this was. He's still fucking working as her agent. And she turned it down because these jobs were outside Los Angeles. Alice wants to clarify. Now it's different. No, these are letters of interest. These are not offers. God, remember the cross of Ioan that Janina did where we went all over the offers and you know, it's once again, the double standards are just killing me with this one. Anytime Ioan gets like any sniff of interest, it's an offer that he has to take. But for her, we're going to like define offer down to the bare minimum of what an offer is. And anything else is not refusing an offer. It's just a letter of interest. That's a gray area, but it's only a gray area for her. In fact, okay, she was so thrown for a loop about Joe and him being cold and everything after these messages that he brought her approximately 20 jobs in 2023 to 2024 that she turned down because of being a single parent. And Alice says, well, I meant, I don't think they were job offers. They were offers to audition. Okay. Your agent brought you 20 fucking auditions in 2 years, and you're going to be like trying to pretend that you couldn't get work because of your agent, because of texts that they did back in 2021, 2 to 3 years before. This is Alice logic. It's like you don't even know what to make of it. She denies that she instructed Mr. Vance to automatically pass on any job that is not based in LA. She says, no, it was not an instruction. And literally, like early on, initially, I would explain my situation, like that it would depend on the job. If it was maybe like 2 days or something, and that would come up, he would ask if I could do it. But certain things he would know, like I couldn't go for a year to Bulgaria. Because he doesn't understand what it means to be a single parent, guys. He's a gay man. He's a gay single man with no kids. So he doesn't understand what it means to be a single parent. Only Alice understands. You see, if you haven't been Alice, you don't understand anything. Every time he communicated a job, you know, talked about a job possibility, her first question would be, where does it shoot? She agreed that was fair. That was how she would respond. And if he said job is in Toronto, you would say, let's not go further. So Vance tried to find work in LA, but there were no jobs that would take her more than 2 days out of LA. She wasn't willing to take that. More than 2 days out of LA, she wouldn't take the job. And she's like, I don't know about offers. He's called, Joe's called. Yes, he's called, but I learned about him taking me off the list, but he's bringing you fucking auditions. And apparently what you learned is bullshit, right? Because this is 2-3 years ago. But she heard that and she has to seize on it and be a victim by it, even though it didn't actually affect her at all. And so this incoherence, she doesn't seem to notice it. It's very peculiar. We go back to her deposition for impeachment where she's asked, she turned down all jobs that Vance brought her in the past 2 years outside of Los Angeles because of being a single parent. And she says there were no offers, just offers of audition, and I didn't want to waste the time of the producers. We word quibble over what it means to be a role. It's only an offer if you're offered a role when the agent tells you they're offering you this role, and that means they don't have to audition. And with her, what she takes issue with, with his questions, is that she didn't turn down roles. She just stepped back from auditions earlier in the process. The judge asks, anytime the agent says they want to cast you, or was there any time an agent says they want to cast you and you turned it down because it's in Bulgaria? And he says no. She says no. More often they would say something like, there's a role in a production that's filming in Bulgaria. Do you want to audition? And she turned those down, about 10 to 20 of them. Between 2021 and 2023, she did have a nanny, but she didn't pursue work outside of LA then. So why did we have the nanny? We all still wonder, why did we have the nanny? It wasn't to help you work, because you didn't work. Exhibit 46 is yet another income and expense declaration. I didn't catch the date on this one, but I believe it is the July of 2024 income and expense declaration. I didn't realize I had that on the screen the whole time. Item number 1, we're still unemployed as the actress. She's doing the costume changes now. The scarf has to be a shawl, has to be a scarf. We're in the Mankey tank. At the deposition, did she say she doesn't know what she meant by unemployed? She says in general, for actors, it's kind of hard to say if you're still, because like there's you might have a shortcoming of work, but like you still want to, and so you don't really know what the word really means. Okay, her own word that she's used now for the 3rd time, but she doesn't actually know what it means. Can't really explain what unemployed means. Item number 4, she left blank other parties' income, no estimate. Item number 5.1, income, 2083 average monthly salary and 118 average monthly royalties. Once again, just not clear what these are all about. Item 7, self-employment income is blank. So we're back to being all over the place with income. July of 2024, this is after now she started doing the conventions, right? She's got her conventions agent. She already said, got $10,800 the previous year for the one that she did in Georgia. Booked 10 to 12 of them in the last 2 years, but not sure where any of this stuff is showing on this income and expense declaration. Item 11A, the assets again, total $5,000 cash. That, of course, all those statements, all those accounts, the same ones, the C&B, the whore, Halifax, with the same old 2,000 pounds in Halifax. Estimated expenses for this one are $17,800. So we've backpedaled now. We've gone up. Not that much poverty. Okay, 15,000, whatever, was too much poverty. That's over the top. We gotta recorrect now back up to $17,800 is just the right amount of poverty. Her monthly expenses were being paid from the C&D account. Alice says, well, sometimes I would occasionally, when I have the money in the whore. No, wait, never mind. I don't want to go there. I'd have to look. She's starting to say I'd transfer money from the whore into my account, but she realizes that might be bad. So she stops. No, I don't want to misstate. I don't want to misstate. I would have to look. But she agrees that whatever the source, deposits to the C&B account are the sources used to pay her expenses. And does she know if the statements, her bank statements, reflect spending $2,000 a month on average at the time of the declaration? And she says she doesn't know. 2000, I think, I don't know if this is, I think they're talking about groceries again. We've again checked estimated expenses, not actual. So don't even know what this is supposed to represent, but she doesn't know. Doesn't know if she actually spent $2,000 a month, according to her statements. Doesn't know how she calculated any of this stuff, by the way. How would you imagine that you calculated? I imagine I would have added up everything for a year. The judge, actually, this was another volunteer. The judge at this point steps in. This is a dialogue. It's non-responsive to the question. It's stricken. So sua sponte, shut the fuck up, Alice. Stop with your running off. So she doesn't know how she calculated it. She's not spending $1,000 a month eating out, right? But she might have included stuff like the kids' Uber Eats. Oh, it's the kids' Uber Eats now. Yeah, we buy that. The judge stops her and says, you're doing it again, the thing where you think out loud. And the problem is, you know, you say things, everything's being taken down, and the court reporter's getting it, and your voice trails off, and then you know, get somewhere completely different from where you started. So how about you think before you start to speak? Stricken. So she says, I believe the eating out, these were ordering in expenses. So now the judge asks, are you saying you did spend $1,000 a month to order food, whether out or in? She said $1,000 eating out on this form. That's all we're asking you about. It's not rocket science. She says, I believe I was probably counting delivery and probably about $1,000 a month. And the judge asks, is it true or not true that you spent the $1,000 a month on eating out? She says, I don't know. And the judge said, so that's the answer. He's so done. He's so done with this. He doesn't want to hear it anymore. So that's the answer. She has not spent $1,000 a month eating out since July of 2024. In fact, she's only been out to eat once between July and December of 2024 when she had her deposition. And she's refreshed with her deposition. And yes, that I paid for. One time that she ate out that she paid for. But she needs $1,000 a month to eat out. Judge at this point calls for the afternoon break. He says, we need an infusion of energy here. There's a lull. There's a lull. What really is happening is that Alice is rambling. The questioning is taking forever because of that, because she doesn't understand things like unemployed when she has used it herself multiple times and then can't explain what she means. So he's just getting irritated with all of this. So we take our afternoon break. We come back. We're looking at this same exhibit. 13F now, the utilities. Utilities estimate. Was this accurate at the time? I don't recall. Okay, I know right away. Janina sat her ass down in the hallway and reminded her, you have limited correct answers to questions. Yes, no, I don't know, I don't remember. This rambling, you need to be done with that. So now she's been prompted. It's very clear. I don't recall. In July of 2024, you were living in the same apartment with the same residents as in January of 2024. Yeah, July to January. Yeah, she was in the same place. So how did you come up with an estimate of $1,000 a month for laundry and cleaning? I don't recall. What about the $800 a month for clothing? I don't recall. She got the message. She got the message. No, well, I guess I must have, I don't know. She says, as I sit here now, I don't remember doing the calculation. Joe says, well, at the time of the deposition, you said you didn't know, not that you don't remember. And this is objected to as argumentative. It's such a small point, it doesn't matter anyway. And so she's asked to do it now, to do these estimates now, what would you look at? And she says, well, I don't know. Would you look at the C&B account and the expenditures? Well, maybe she would do that. Maybe that would be a way that she would do it now. 5 years into this divorce, and she's only just now starting to figure out how she would estimate her expenses. That it might be a good idea to look at your bank statements to do that. She doesn't know how she calculated $800 a month in education. This is line item J on here. $800 a month in education because the kids go to public school. The kids go to public school. And you know what? You didn't mention any education expenses in previous declarations, did ya? Did ya? I'm just flipping myself for my own purpose back to the one from January 2024. Nope, nothing for education on that one. So what's that all about? I don't know. Don't know how I calculate. I imagine it was field trips and stuff. $800 a month in field trips. I don't think so. That's stricken. I don't know why you moved to strike this stuff, because it's helpful. She agrees, yes, the children go to public school. $1,500 in gifts, vacation, entertainment. Doesn't know how she calculated that. No idea. Item 20. Once again, we've got one of these little explanations, other information. Due to my age and lack of recent work as an actress, it is hard to find roles. My income for 2024 consists of cameos and royalties. So what about those conventions that you started booking? When did those start? When did a cameo royalty income get supplemented? She does believe that her age has negatively affected her ability to get roles. She's 57 years old now. Also, the lack of recent work. In fact, isn't it true you haven't worked since 2016 as an actress? Yes, it's true. We have already heard that. Her residuals are around $2,000 a year. I don't know. Well, item 5.1, let's go to it on the document on this one. Item 5.1. Or wait, 5L. 5L is the other that says royalties. Royalties here means residuals. It says $118 a month. Item 13 is the average monthly expenses. And so isn't it true you do not have enough income from acting in support to pay for your estimated expenses? That is correct. She does not. And today, as of today, you don't have enough income to pay for the estimated expenses. You didn't at the time, and you don't today either, right? No, very rarely does she have enough to be able to pay expenses. More like, arguing about the question, well, in which month are we talking about? The judge says in any month. In any month. Yeah, sometimes doesn't have enough income. Exhibit 46, does it reflect income from acting? This is the one we're looking at, right? Does it reflect income from acting? She doesn't know. She doesn't know. There's nothing listed in number 7. The 5 aces is $20.18. Exhibit 45, the previous one, had the income from acting at $1,200 a month. And then she was also getting another $419 a month in 5A, in the salary or wages. The one before that, 44, no income on either of them. And then 43, nothing on the salary income, nothing on the self-employment. But then there was the attachment that reflected $2,200 income from Cameo. And she says the rest is residuals and GoFundMe. And so she's relied on gifts from family and friends and fans for a few years now to meet her monthly expenses. Does she recall discussing sources of unknown deposits to her CNB account at her deposition? Yes, indeed, she does recall that conversation. And does she recall that virtually everyone I asked you about, you said was a gift? That's objected to as argumentative, and that's sustained. So do it again, Joe. Do it again. Do it again. Walk through the statements. Walk through the deposits. What's this one? What's this one? Gift? Do you remember saying that was a gift? Walk her through it again. He didn't do it. Asked if she has any plan to work in another field using her language, social media, life experience, or other skills to become self-sustaining. Alice says, if I could earn enough to support us in a way that would allow us to not live hand to mouth, I would want to go in a new direction. Hand to mouth with her hundreds of thousands of dollars. And isn't it true that you want to maintain your upper middle class lifestyle here in LA? And Alice says, yes, I'd love that. Yeah, she would love to maintain an upper middle class lifestyle in Los Angeles. Well, yeah, who the fuck wouldn't? Does that somehow make it realistic that that's going to happen? Asked if she has made any inquiries of potential employers as to whether they would accommodate potential weekend conventions for her to attend. She says she hasn't called any to ask. She hasn't sought out any jobs. We already know that. She agrees that the oldest daughter will age out of child support in 1 to 2 years. Asked if she is waiting for the youngest daughter to get older before looking for work other than acting, she says no. We now turn to her most current income and expense, which is the one that we started off with in the very beginning. And here we have been looking at the thing the whole time again. We go now to this one, the most current one. Item number one. What's she call herself now? Oh, now she's self-employed again. I wonder what the difference is. Item 7. It has the income stated and a little asterisk here with before business expenses. And there's this instruction here that says attach a profit and loss statement for the last 2 years or a Schedule C from your last federal tax return, block out your Social Security, et cetera, et cetera. Points out that it says that. And yet you didn't attach anything, right? Yes, correct. She didn't. Schedule C is the profit and loss for self-employment. It's what you need to do your taxes as a self-employed person. Total shit show on the tax situation. Item 20 is her income for 2025. She's got a little statement. Again, consists of cameos and royalties. She means residuals. She hasn't attached the cameo, the statement like she did the first time. She hasn't attached residual statements. Also not clear what she says. Okay, she says self-employed, right? She's self-employed now. As what? Self-employed as what? She doesn't list her occupation. So we don't know what the fuck this even means. Are you trying to say you're still acting? Are you trying to say this is conventions? Are you trying to say the same cameos and, things that you paid for? It was item 20. Cameos and residuals. Are these your businesses now? Like, this is all to obfuscate, not to clarify. Ah, 11A, going up to 11A. The assets again, $7,400. Little asterisks on this one, C&B and HOR's account only. And that's because she's now moved to Halifax, which she characterizes as a CD type of account, to line number 2 with the value of 2314 attached to it. So CD type account. Alice says, I did that because I can't access it like a checking account. I have to put in a demand, like a note, like a 30 days notice. I don't even know what a CD is. I don't know why it says that. The 2314, is that in pounds sterling or in dollars? She doesn't know that either. Maybe a combination of the two, like who knows? Item 13. Now back to the expenses. We've got estimated $68.34 total expenses. Well, we're getting real comfortable with that poverty now, aren't we, Alice? All the way down to $72,000 a year that you need to spend just to live. How do you do it? How do you do it? Current rent, $29.55, $1,700 a month in groceries. Does she think that's reflected in her bank records? Yes, she does believe that's reflected in her bank records. Utilities, $750 a month, $240 for telephone. She agrees that's her cell phone, but it also might include a deal, a Spectrum. She has Spectrum, and she might have a package deal with her Wi-Fi included. $150 a month in laundry and cleaning, $100 a month in clothing, $300 in auto expenses. She acknowledged all of these, thinks that they're substantiated by her bank statements. The auto expenses, $300 a month. What are these? These are tiny repairs that she can afford because she's had several accidents, you see. So it's for things like fixing the mirror, gas, cleaning, that sort of thing. Nothing about maintenance or insurance. Did that slip your mind? Did that slip your mind that you need to maintain and insure your vehicle? Not sure. Not sure. Item 14, the debts. Debts. Is this accurate? She says, well, I've now paid my SAG-AFTRA dues. As far as current debt goes, the Indigo and the Capital One accounts are now paid off. The Chase is probably higher now. And she is paying the $125 a month still to Cal Edison. The Sabrina Carpenter ticket, she's still paying that one off. Thinks there's still a month left. Big star in my column here, my margin. Where are the loans? Where are the loans you got from your friends? Or were they all gifts? Because you said in your declaration they were loans. Then we get to the final declaration of disclosure, which is another document. I don't think it gets filed publicly, but they go through it. It's Exhibit 40. She signed it multiple times. Asked if there's a section apparently that deals with valuation. I gotta check now again. Do we have this one? Do we have this one? We did get some addendum. Yeah, no, just the notice of lodging. It didn't get filed. Same thing. Okay, so it has a section apparently on valuation, so property stuff, I got to assume. And asked if it includes all the material facts and information regarding the characterization of all assets and debts. This is objected to as calling for a legal conclusion, and that objection is sustained. So Joe asked the same question again, and the judge says it's a legal term. You don't get to ask her about characterization. That's a legal thing. Could restate the question in different words, but doesn't. So item 6 in this document lists checking accounts. It says there's an attachment. There's a list of accounts on it. Asked about the factual basis for her claim that her C&B account is her separate property, she says it's an account that I opened after separation. On the document, she identifies it as having a balance of $12,820. The C-HOR account had 1,790 pounds sterling, and the Halifax account had 2,315 pounds sterling. So that should answer our question about the last income and expense, where she didn't know if the Halifax was in pounds or in dollars. And then no investment accounts in this declaration also. Okay, guys, half a second now, because I have to pause, because I think I have to take this mic out and plug in my phone because it might die. I've got this lav mic on, so half a sec here. Okay, so we have camera back, but my sound may be terrible, and I do apologize for that if that is the case. But keeping us going is a little bit more important than is my sound nice and crisp right now. Exhibit 35 is only marked. It's previously only been marked. This is Alice's deposition notice. Asked if this led to her being deposed. No, she doesn't believe this led to her being deposed, and that's because the deposition was in December of 2024, and they had set a date, but then her attorney asked for a protective order, so the date was pushed. She just concedes. She's seen the notice. She's seen the deposition notice. So all we care about, Alice, it's coming into evidence. It's admitted. Did she provide copies of all writings responsive to the request for documents contained in that notice? She doesn't know if she disclosed as she was required. Does she agree that she produced some records in advance? You believe so. And were some produced at the deposition? That she doesn't remember. She doesn't remember that. Or was it something emailed to your office the day of? Asked if she believes that all responsive writings were produced, she says, I don't understand the question. So we read it back. It's read back. And her answer is no. No, she doesn't believe that she has produced all the responsive writings. So now we read her deposition again as impeachment. Writings to be produced. Identifies 21 numbers of categories requested, categories of documents, and other than communications with counsel, not withholding any writings. She's not withholding any writings on the basis of privilege. She says, correct. There's a paragraph about writings no longer in her possession, custody, or control. Are there any categories requested to which they're no longer in her control? And she says, well, canceled checks, access to yearly statements from Halifax. Anything else you don't have access to? No. So that was her deposition testimony. Have you brought all writings responsive, not previously produced? And her answer, to the best of my knowledge, yes. So at her deposition, she says, yes, I've given you everything. Now at trial, she had said, no, I didn't. And we don't know what the discrepancy is about. She did not discard or alter any documents listed in the notice. So heavens no, she would not do that. Not our Alice. She just says things publicly that may or may not be true or mean anything at all. But that doesn't mean that she would conceal income or documents or anything like that. The exhibit references a flash drive with the documents that had been produced, but it's got a summary of the records that were produced. And she asked if there's any records that were produced, that she produced, that were not identified in the summary. She doesn't recall, she doesn't know. Now it's both. I don't recall, I don't know. At her deposition, she identified all financial accounts utilized in the last 5 years worldwide as the C&B account, the C-HOR account, the joint C&B account that they used to have, and her Halifax account. Again, she has no investment accounts.
She has a debit card and a PayPal attached to her personal C&B account. Credit card, she has Capital One Quicksilver, Capital One Platinum, the Chase. She provided those statements at her deposition. C&B is her only American account. The Halifax account had no activity and the balance has been unchanged for a couple of decades. We have an exhibit that's marked. And then the judge cuts in to say, you have used, it's 4:15 now. You've used 2 hours and 40 minutes so far. So tomorrow we will ask how much time you have remaining. Go work on it, figure it out, but don't be up all night. Come back tomorrow and tell me. Then he asks, are we going to need to end early tomorrow because of the holiday weekend? Anybody family stuff? And Joe says, well, we need to finish testimony and we need to finish closings. And the judge is like, yes, I know, but holiday weekend's coming up and whatever. And Janina says, my 4-year-old, my kids, my 4-year-old and my 9-year-old, they would love that. They would love that. So the judge says, tell me tomorrow in the morning when we get here, when we're ending for the day. So it seems like the judge definitely wants to end for the day early. Janina wants to end for the day. But it kind of depends on what they still have to do, doesn't it? I mean, shouldn't it? Shouldn't it really like be driven by the needs of this case and not your kids would like a Friday afternoon? I don't know. There's plenty of Friday afternoons. You're certainly not in trial every Friday afternoon. It's a very lackadaisical approach to case trial diligence from my perspective. But I think it just underscores how really done with all of this the judge is. And so at this point, I remain a little bit concerned that it seems like some points are not quite coming across. Comments the judge has made that suggest he's got maybe a different read on things than the evidence would support. Things like what the prenup says and why it matters and stuff. And I feel like Joe did well today. Joe had some pretty good points. He landed some good stuff. The overall takeaway from all of this is nobody knows what the fuck is going on with the finances that we're here having a trial on because Alice doesn't know anything. Ioan showed up, ready to explain with his accountant, with the support, produced everything. It's all nice and crystal clear. Alice has been obfuscating for 5 years. And so that's kind of part of what the issue is. So to the extent that any of this even matters, right? Any of it even matters because they've already stipulated to child support. So her income doesn't matter for that. Her income doesn't matter for spousal if we're going under the premarital agreement because it's only Ioan's income at this point that drives what the calculation is. So it's really all just kind of going to credibility. But like at this point, I'm not even sure, like, what does she even need to be credible or not credible about at this point? Like I'm losing track of like, what the fuck is even on trial? And so I have some kind of sympathy for the judge for being a little frustrated with some of this, because I do feel like, Joe did well. He made some good points. There's obviously an overall vibe here of Alice is completely unreliable about money stuff. But, certainly as the afternoon went on, it just started to kind of feel like there is a lot of buildup and no delivery. Like, I just not quite clear we've gotten to the point or what the point is. We very slowly walked through the 4 separate income and expense declarations and the different things that they say. And on occasion, we pointed out differences between them, but didn't necessarily probe that a whole lot, just kind of like pointed out that they exist, which I mean is good. It's just, I'm not sure if that's all that matters. like, to what extent we've heard like implications, do these or do these not match up with what your bank statements reflect you were spending on these types of things, but there's no follow-up on, so what did the bank statements show? You know, how should I connect that? So I just remain kind of a little bit concerned that the judge is done. You know, he's mentally checked out. He doesn't care. He wants to go home early on Friday. Just not sure. Just not sure that he's getting. Just not sure that he's getting it. Not sure that the point is really being hammered home the way it needs to be. So many things that still haven't come up. Okay, 2 hours and 40 minutes in, we have not heard food stamps. Okay, Alice stating in a declaration under penalty of perjury, she's so broke. This is, I think, in that this is the July 2024. Okay, July of 2024 when she files for her RFO. She's so broke, she's going to apply for food stamps. Okay, that hasn't been touched on. Taxes and the whole status of all of that hasn't been touched on. The statements about her income, her public statements, yes, we acknowledge she's already said, well, they may or may not even be true. We need to establish that they aren't because she made a lot of public statements in her original GoFundMe, various points in time, you know, where she's claiming poverty and stuff, and her bank statements contradict the claims that she's making. This work has already been done. Ioan already filed a declaration like a year or more ago that's laid out a whole bunch of these issues, provided the supporting documentation. So it's not like you need to redo the work. But none of that has come up yet. And these things seem to me to be kind of important because they tie back into the reason for terminating the spousal in part, which is the abuse. The financial abuse, the public abuse. Okay, remember she's lying about the fight. She's, you know, screaming that she's broke when she's got sometimes $100,000 in the bank, tens of thousands of dollars in the bank. And I just feel like some of those might be more important than things like whether, you know, $100 a month in laundry expenses. Like, why I'm not sure why we even brought that up. Like, is it because that seems unrealistic? Is it because that's not substantiated by her accounts? I don't know why we ever talked about, you know, the laundry expenses in any of these statements. And so I just have this feeling of like getting lost a little bit, getting lost in the weeds a little bit. And some of the stuff that seems to me to be very important hasn't been touched on yet. But we still have tomorrow, you know, of course, to come back, finish up with Alice, and then, you know, who knows if there is any rebuttal or not, and if they'll even get to it, you know, if they'll even get to it tomorrow. So, guys, we'll see. I don't know. I'm going to be there, Chef. But the public abuse helped Ioan's marketability, actually. Yeah, she should get a commission. She should get a commission. Yeah, this whole thing is it's just back on last time when we left, whatever freaking day it was, Thursday, Friday, I don't even remember now. The last day that we were in court when the whole stuff came out with the forensic accountant and the, you know, amounts not being disclosed and so forth. And I remember very clearly the judge saying, you know, I'm not striking any of this testimony. I am leaving it in so that you can explain, Joe, why this is so confusing when it shouldn't be. Why is this so complicated and confusing when it shouldn't be? And that's really my hope at this point. Like, that's what I kind of am holding on to for like hope that this is still kind of going in the right direction, because today was like that on steroids. There's like no clarity about the finances came out of anything for today, because it's just so all fucking over the place. And it's just so clear that she's not reliable. if it's beneficial to her, she'll go with it, but she doesn't actually know anything. And everybody else is doing the stuff for her. So when it goes wrong, they blame her, she blames them. It shouldn't be so complicated. So a lot of this can be cleaned up in argument too, but yeah, I'm just not sure where really not sure where we're at this point. Really not sure where we're at. A lot of good stuff landed today, and a lot of like, what the fuck did she just say kinds of moments. Shirley got some attention, definitely got mine. Don't know how, I mean, don't see the judge's eyebrows go up the one time, but like other than that, don't really know how any of this is landing. So I guess we just gotta wait and see. See a question here. Hi, Andrea. Now I am fixated on this pension thing. Was her acting pension mentioned at all? It's not mentioned on any of her income and expense declarations because she doesn't draw from it. I don't think she qualifies to draw from it yet. So she's not pulling any income from it. It would be an asset. I don't see in any of these schedules where she's listing assets. Let's pull it up. What do we got? Here's the one. We'll just pull right back up the one from 2000s, the most recent one from 2026. These are her debts. Assets. Cash and checking, stocks, bonds, other assets I could easily sell, all other property, real and personal. I mean, a retirement account is an asset. It doesn't seem to be there. Doesn't seem to be in any of them. I don't think there's any other specific place in here in this form to declare assets. So no, she doesn't seem to be mentioning pension in any of this. And I have a feeling if that came up, the judge would be like, well, why does it matter? Because it's stipulated to, so that's not on trial. And it's like, because she's a lying, manipulative, devious little thing. Still to this day, as of, February of this year, right before trial gets started, she's still engaging in these shenanigans about what she has and what she doesn't. So good question. Good question, Iris. But afraid I don't necessarily have a great answer for what any of that means. So, the whole thing is just chaos, and it shouldn't be. And hopefully at the end of the day, that's kind of the bottom line about what this case is about. So guys, where are we at? We are a little bit late today. We've gone a little bit longer than the normal, huh? Nick, hey Nick, a bit behind. It's hard enough to get opposing party to agree to the meaning of the words in a contract. You don't want interpretations of what was said before or after, hence $24 and the like, or section 24 and the like. Yeah. Yes, I mean 100%. That's the whole point. The reason why you put it in words that both people can look at is so you can have your meeting of the minds, because words generally have a commonly accepted meaning. Okay, contrary to what Alice thinks that they might mean different things at different times. Maybe on the like century scale of Old English to modern English kind of thing, that might be true. But for the most part, language is common. That is, in fact, why we use it as a social organizing tool. It's a thing we all understand and agree on. And so that's the reason you put it in writing, is because I have an idea, you have an idea, and we want to agree on a mutual idea. And the only way we can express that is to put it in words that we can understand, negotiate those words so that it best reflects what my intention is. And then once we're in agreement that it's both of our intention, then we sign the freaking agreement. Like that's why you do contracting and how it works. So yeah, the whole, oh, it was my understanding, my intention that you know, the prenup was going to do this stuff. I don't know. I don't know why, especially when he's yanking the chain. Once we got Joe doing his part of the examination. I don't know why the judge is letting all that go. I really don't. It does not seem relevant to me at all. And that's exactly, yes, why you include those merger clauses in the contract, to try to take off the table precisely what she was just doing, which is saying there's stuff that's external, extraneous to this written agreement that affects what it means. And that's based on these prior, you know, other conversations and stuff that we had, that the agreement specifically said, those aren't anything. Those aren't representations. Those aren't promises. Those are nothing. The agreement is all that matters. Lola the dog. Alice should utilize her vast social media experience and launch a YouTube channel that gives relationship advice called Go Ask Alice. Yeah, it would be rather chaotic psychedelic journey you would be led on following Alice's relationship advice, wouldn't it? Might lose your mind. Might lose your mind a little bit trying to follow that. I mean, the thing is, you know, yes, there's lots of jobs that people can do. And the whole issue here is this balancing act between, on the one hand, you're supposed to, in a long-term marriage, have at least some expectation that your transition to singledom is going to be not too painful. You know, it's going to be assisted. Because if you spent, you know, decades not working or whatever, it's not realistic to go from 0 to full supporting yourself like right overnight. But this is really in tension with, we don't pay people to sit on their asses at home, and, you know, a spouse, particularly an abused spouse, should not have to do that. And so at what point do you say, you know, you can't support yourself, you haven't supported yourself with what you're trying to do, so it's time for you to try to do something else? I don't know, maybe we're going to find out. We can hope. But kind of one of the core issues here seems to be the sense of being too good to work at anything other than, you know, what she feels like, that not just acting and conventions and so forth, but the very specific conditions she wants to even do that under. Only in LA, but she's only had one in her entire post-marriage life that was in LA. So that's obviously not reasonable and obviously not going to support you. So at what point does it not matter what she wants to do and come down to what she has to do to be a responsible adult like everybody else who has responsibilities to you know, take care of their kids and stuff? That's the kind of thing the judge gets to decide. So we'll see. And that's probably, you know, explains a lot of what's going on here. It's why she's sucking up to him. It's why she's playing the little damsel in distress. Oh, poor, you couldn't possibly expect me to learn a whole new job at Home Depot or something like that when I don't even know the meaning of the word unemployed. I don't even know how to fill out a form. I can't read things before I send them. I think that's, you know, part of it, trying to butter up the judge, and the whole sob story about, you know, my failed IVF and so hard to get a job, and trying to get on that favorable side of, well, maybe it wouldn't be right to say, you know, you should really go start applying for jobs where you could get them, because you ain't getting them in acting, and you seem to yourself even acknowledge you're too old. You're not going to be getting these roles at this point. You're too old. You haven't worked. You're not that good. You are not going to make a living at acting. So how much longer are you going to go on with this pretense of calling yourself an actor when you haven't been on set in a decade, since 2016? A decade since she's been on set. And still putting on her airs. Self-employed actress. Oh, guys, tomorrow is going to be a little bit chaotic. I will just warn you in advance. And the reason why is because I made a rather poor life decision that I didn't want to stay an extra day in LA. I didn't want to leave on Saturday. A whole bunch of reasons. But bottom line is that I'm flying back out tomorrow evening. And so I'm not quite sure when and how I am going to do the live stream for tomorrow. I'm kind of playing it by ear. My tentative plan is I'm just going to wait until Saturday morning when I get back, and then do the recap of what happened on Friday. However, if Friday does end up being kind of short, and so it won't take very long, won't necessarily be that complicated, I might try to squeeze it in before the flight on Friday. Like just find a spot where I can sit and set up, or even like just a little corner of the airport or whatever. I don't know. I'm keeping it out there and possible that maybe something like that will work out. But expect probably Saturday morning, unless you hear otherwise. I'll do a community post or something like that if it looks like I'm going to be able to get it set up beforehand. So check that if you want to be notified if there's a change to looking at it earlier. But I'm still kind of waiting for quite a few things to come out. I'm waiting to hear about food stamps very much. See, my approach to all of this, my kind of strategy to it, I guess, or this being my case, is that what the judge seems to take really personally is the court stuff, the court process and the abuse of it. He did not like at all her taking the photograph in the courtroom. Maybe the main reason that DVRO got renewed. He took that really, really personally. And I mean, it's the dignity of the court and so forth. And so my read on this is that he's given you information about what matters. This is what he cares about. This is what has the potential to influence his decision. The stuff she has done in court. So that's the things that she's filed, the things that she said, and just the way that she has handled the process altogether, the way that she has litigated the case. Some of that might be more appropriate when they're litigating attorney fees and sanctions and stuff. So like litigation misconduct, okay, reserve that for whatever future time when they're litigating if she should be sanctioned for it. But a lot of the financial abuse stuff, it's like it's directly related. That's what she's been doing. She's been playing this game in court, and in part so it would get picked up in the Daily Mail by her little friends who apparently aren't aware that just because she says something publicly doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't mean anything at all necessarily. It just means that hot air is coming out of Alice's face. And so that's like stuff I want to see. We did a lot of that today. But we just spent so much time with these income and expense statements. Got good stuff out. Hope it's enough. Not sure all the points landed, but again, it is what it is. But there's still more I expect to see. If we get through this and I don't hear food stamps, I'm gonna be irritated. That to me, how do you file a declaration in court? Say you're gonna have to apply for food stamps when your like bare minimum poverty level is $72,000 a year you need to take care of yourself. Like it's just, it shows the lack of seriousness to me. This is a child's approach to marriage and dissolution and litigation and all of that. So that seems to me like what the judge would be most likely to get outraged about. So give him that. That's what I hope we see. But tomorrow's another day. They got a night to plan. So guys, with that, I am going to check out. It's a little bit later than I'm used to. My bedtime. But we will be back 8:30 tomorrow. I will continue to do the updates on Twitter when I can, just the little interesting pieces that come out and so forth. Plan on doing the live stream recap of the hearing Saturday morning when I get back home. Possible that I'll boot it to tomorrow evening. If it's short and I can get time, I will send out an announcement if that ends up being the direction that we go. So guys, excuse me, it is time for bed. With all that, do appreciate all of you being here tonight. Thank you, mods. Jeff, honey, appreciate you. And we'll be back Saturday. I'll be there to watch it and let you know how the rest of this goes, and if there's any clue we can pick up about where this is going to go. If it's not already clear, by the way, I am not expecting a ruling on this from the bench like we got with the DVRO. This is just too complicated and specific an issue. The judge needs to make findings about, the characterization of the property. He needs to make decisions about, where each asset is going and why. He needs to have justifications for all of that. This is going to be a written decision. And so to announce that from the bench, he'd basically have to have it already done. And that seems highly unlikely to me. So I don't think that's going to happen. We're going to get through the testimony. We may or may not get closings tomorrow. We'll have to see. But at some point they'll get through closings, and then I expect we'll just be waiting for the judge to issue a written ruling. And as far as when that happens, kind of up to him. There's not typically a real hard deadline, although some places do have rules or statutes or things like that that say, if judges they set a timeline for judges to decide things. Not sure if California's got anything like that, but if nothing else, we know they set a date in August in this case, and it's meant to be an outside do or die. The case needs to be done by now, or somebody needs to answer for why it isn't done yet kind of deadline. So if nothing else, I would expect, the judge is going to have his decision done well before that date. So that's where we're at, guys. Continuing to kind of progress. It was, it was just a lot of drama and chaos and nothing today, which is sort of Alice in a nutshell. And I just hope the judge has gotten the sense of what this has been like for Ioan for all of these years, and what he's had to deal with the confusion and the obfuscation and the helplessness and all of it, and the exaggeration, the everything so dramatic. It's a lot. So he's got the flavor of it. Now let's just see what he does with it. Guys, have you all a wonderful night. Thank you again all for joining me. Thanks for your support. I will see you guys soon. Take care.